Gue udah mulai streaming kan. Ntar dulu. Kok aneh? Ntar dulu guys. Gue udah streaming kan. Oh baru. Kambing. Loading. Dah. Iya. Udah kah? Ada streaming kah? Ntar dulu. Ntar lihat lagi guys. Oh udah. Ada suara hujan. Biarin lah ya guys ya. Lagi hujan masalahnya. Emang lagi hujan. Video gak tuh. Purina lagi nangis guys. Lalu gue share dulu ke Discord seperti biasa. Uns gitu kan. Everybody come on, everyone. Yuk gitu. Anjay. Widih model live lagi. Jarang-jarang. Besok gue nggak bisa live sih. Jadi ini adalah hari terakhir minggu ini ya gue live. Karena besok saya sudah tidak bisa live. Kalau hujan si Agung yang lagi nangis. Oh iya salah gue, sorry. Bener Agung. Yah, mic gua kesenggol. Mic aman kah? Mic aman kah? Oh, mic aman. Oh, gue dapat ini guys. Dari ini. Oh, duit doang ya. Gue udah berharap dapat Primo 2000 1 email. Harapan gue musnah, sirnah ya. Ya elah. Ngelag gak sih? Kok gue ngelag sih? Turunin dah. Jadi 900. Ya ampun 900 kilobyte per second. Ngelag gak? Enggak kan? Oke. Ada ini baru ya. Hydro tulpa anjay. Ngelag kocak. Emang ngelag serius lu? Gue 900 kilowatt per second nih. Gue turunin lagi ya. Burem dah lo. Nonton apa sih guys? Bang Izar nonton apa sih Bang Izar? 900 kilowatt per second nih gitu. Lo 720p juga berasa 140 aja. Sedih gak sih? Itu sedih sih barusan sih. Gue ngomong kayak gitu. Tapi dengan hype ceria gitu. Wih anjir jadi 5 gini ya. Damn, oke. Okay. Nice, main. Keren. Ah, udah maksimal, Cok. Ya udahlah. Oke, kita lanjut lagi kali ya yang kemarin ya. Aduh, ngelag. Astaga. Di gua ijo loh. Di gue hijau loh guys, sumpah. Yang muter internet Anda nyalain orang, enggak. Habisnya di gue hijau, terus nge-lag. Siapa dong berarti yang nge-lag? Enggak. Gue nge-lag. Internet gue. Biasa. Biasa guys. Ada tak tong tang tong tang tong. Bang Izer diam ya. Ntar ada yang lewat langsung nih. Bang beli. Kebiasaan tuman. Ya ampun, nge-lag banget sih. Udah kan ya, nggak nge-lag ya? Please lah. Ke 2800 anjir. Oh iya kan gue ubah ya. Ah, pakai ini aja lah. Pakai ini aja. Kita percepat. Lalu gue daily dulu bentar ya. Kita percepat guys. Gue masih penasaran sama storynya nih. Kemarin gantung ya. Kemarin ketemu Mona bukan terakhir setahu gue. Ntar lo gue mau ngambil ini dulu lah. Sabar, gue mau ambil minum sama ambil buah. Asik. Ya kan? Dingin kayak gini tuh enaknya makan buah, guys. Asik. Bentar ya. biasa. Wait. Wow. La. Tumben buah yo, dong. Aduh. Masih ini guys, masih apa namanya? Tanggal muda. Masih tanggal gua gitu, tanggal muda ya kan. Ntar kalau udah tanggal tua udah nggak bisa gitu kan. Mantul ya. Mantap. Ayo. Kita gas. Anjir, suara gue mantul ternyata ya. Yaudah biarin. Gue bisa ngedenger suara gue sendiri, gila nggak? Dia besel apa gue matiin? Bodoh lah. Ya elah, nge-lag danta. Gila. Lu bisa lihat gak tuh? The power of blue ya. Reverse blue, man. Sama MC Dendro gue tuh cuman ditunjuk guys. Gak usah ribet-ribet, tunjuk doang udah langsung ke alam lain gitu kan. Ntar lu mouse gue jadi basah nih. Everybody come from enut. Aneh banget sumpah ngedenger suara sendiri. Di OBS lu dimatiin guys. Yaudah lah ya, biarin lah ya. Anjay, suara gue keren juga. Setelah gue denger kayak apa sih, serak-serak basah gitu. Nggak, canda gue. Memalukan ya. Oke, kita lanjut aja. Tararararararurure. Anjay, obat bagus susah dicarinya. Ini nih gue suka ngasal loh ini. Ini daily yang ini nih kayaknya gue nggak pernah bener dah. Kayaknya sekali bener gue dapet achievement dah. Setahu gue tuh ngapain gitu ya, gue lupa. Oh bukan ya, pokoknya ada deh. Matiin cok. Dengar suara sendiri ngaruh ke psikologis. Emang ya? Ya udah kita matiin ya. Ntar gue jadi ini lagi, jadi Dante ya kan. Dante kan gitu anjir. Oke, dah suara gue udah hilang. Jadi Dante ntar gue. Anjir, lagu Sumeru gue denger lagi dong. Gila, udah bertahun-tahun gue kagak denger lagu Sumeru nih kayaknya. Tuh kan. Mulai menulis resep. Oke. Resepnya ada di mana tuh guys, by the way? Di tas ya. Nama resepnya apa? Oh, resep zakat pria. Oh, ada ya. Oh, gue nggak pernah tahu tuh kalau ada kasih. Gue selalu ngasal anjir. Anjir iya, cok. Apa? Dante kan, bener kan? Mau Izar tau Dante? Bukan Dante Devil May Cry ya? Enggak. Apa ya guys ya? Lupa ngecek gue, goblok. Lupa. Min. Seluruh prosesnya berapa lama? Warnanya berubah jadi lebih gelap. Aduh, rasanya sudahlah nanti aja. Tetap dapat ya. Biar abis ini juga meningsoy itu orang, yakin gue. Yang penting dapat primo gitu kan. Pelabuhan apa ini? Ormos baru tuh. Maksudnya? Pelabuhan Ormos. Gila, gue gak pernah denger lagu Sumeru gue. Gue kalau main di Sumeru gue matiin mulu lagunya anjir. Ya aduh, habis lagi itu gue. Gak kena, kocak. Ulti gue habis, pakein aja. Sayu. Nah, mantap. Oke, terakhir. Duh, lengket anjir. Gak tisu lagi. Udah. La uns. Oke. Ya elah. Sini. Saya lawan.
Wind strike.
Suwe. Kagak. Gila, sekali tunjuk guys. Gak usah ribet-ribet tuh ya kan. Tuh, OP guys sebenernya nih. Einstein Hydra tuh. Udah kamu jorok sekali. Buah mari apa ini? Gue bisa membawa semut, nanti pas lagi tidur ada suara mari kita kerja. Semutnya gini ya, bekerja. Wah, anjir itu serem sih. Enggak, lengketnya tuh di Indoan di tangan gua. Lengket buah tuh enggak semut lah, gimana sih? Semut sih. Tergantung buahnya sih.
Thank you for completing.
Alright, sudah selesai. Saat kita lanjut ya. Apa namanya ini ya? Ini kita mau kemana ya by the way? Oh, Purina ya kemarin ya? Novelet. Niflet. Gila, loadingnya lama banget. SSD sini, harus ganti SSD sini. Gajian lah, belilah satu lah. SSD yang bagus, SSD apa guys? Tahu nggak guys? SSD gue NVMe, apalah itulah ya. Pokoknya yang kecil lah, bukan yang disk, bukan yang kotak. Ada yang kecil tuh kayak chip gitu. NVMe, apalah itulah SSD-nya. Gue nggak tahu anjir, gue nggak pernah beli begituan. Ya yang NVMe. Ya yang NVMe. Apa sih? Setahu gue ada E-nya dah. Mahalan dikit gak apa-apa. Iya, masalah emang ada gue slotnya. HDD-nya bakalan tetap gue pasang. Tapi Windows-nya kayak GENSHIN-nya sama OBS yang khusus buat stream ya, itu bakalan gue taruh di SSD. Iya yang Nevevem. Susah ya. Setahu gue ada tulisan E-nya gitu loh. Kalian akhirnya datang juga katanya. Ada apa nih?
Monsieur Gouvernet and Lady Farina, they seem to have gotten into a dispute. Please go see for yourself.
Apa ini? Niflet sama Farina berantem. What the heck?
Like I said,
Farina udah nggak usah random. Jelaskan semuanya. Jelaskan apa?
There is little space for excuses between us. It is
Asik.
not my intention to offend you, but please tell me where you stand. You are the Hydro Archon Focalor, are you not?
Siapa sih yang ngusul namanya Nevevem?
This is a list of the victims from the recent Poisson incident.
Tahu ribet banget ya. Kenapa nggak chip SSD chip gitu kan? Semudah itu padahal.
You mean they're all...
Maksud kamu mereka semua jadi bubur? Ih, benar.
We did not arrive in time to avert this disaster.
Kami datang terlambat untuk mencegah bencana itu terjadi, dan aku tidak akan membiarkannya terjadi lagi untuk yang kedua kalinya. Asik.
I will say this once more.
Biar ku katakan sekali lagi, kamu harus kemukakan semua yang kamu ketahui. Kemarin aku menemukan 3 tablet batu di runtuhan kuno dekat Poisson. Nah. Tahu nggak lo tentang itu? Waduh, Nuflet ngambek nih guys.
You're questioning me like this is a court case now. I don't
Kenapa jadi
know
adili
anything
gini
about
gitu kan?
that.
Gue nggak tahu apa-apaan, kata Purina.
But
Yang
you
benar.
found them in some ancient ruins, you say?
That's correct. Which is
Iya,
why I
itu
came to
benar.
ask you some questions.
Nah, makanya gue mau
There should
nanya
have
sama lu
been 4
nih.
slates, but one of them was missing. The other 3 feature different images that seem to correlate to the prophecy.
Nah, lu.
The prophecy?
Ramalan.
The second of these slates depicts the previous Hydro Archon Egeria kneeling before a floating island in the sky, as if confessing something. Do you know nothing of this either?
Loh,
I
kamu juga
don't.
nggak tahu soal ini,
I've
masa
never
sih kata
seen
dia itu.
such slates.
I'll ask you again.
Aku tanya
Do you
sekali lagi
really
ya.
have no information regarding the previous archon?
Waduh.
My deciphering of the slates indicates that the Hydro
Itu
Archon
mata
Nigeria
serem
once
juga
had
ya si
confessed
Agung.
to or apologize for a certain sin.
Agung kalau habis mandi gimana ya guys ya? Make upan dulu kali ya?
It should be you.
All gods don't have the same secrets, you know. She was herself and I'm me. Is it really
Dia
so
dia
strange that I know
aku apanya
nothing?
sih kalau aku tidak tahu.
I
Oke.
understand your concerns, but I'm sorry. I just don't have anything to tell you.
Oke.
Forgive me for saying this now, Lady Farina. But
Laki
I've
kalau
long
ketika
known
serius
your
serem
various
itu
secret
bang. Oh gitu.
investigations into certain
Enggak
matters.
sih. Maksudnya itu kan dia pakai eyeliner ya kan.
You've been investigating the prophecy on the sly. This is
Ntar
not
dulu.
strange
Lagi
in
cerita,
itself,
lagi cerita, lagi cerita.
considering that you are the Hydro Archon.
Tuh,
But it is strange that you should also claim to not know any of Egeria's secrets,
tuh,
as well as do nothing following your inquiries.
tuh
You have never
kan.
been as superficial as you have presented yourself to be, nor are you a fool.
Jauh sekali dari kata
Yet,
dungu. Anjir, kata
your
dungu anjir.
behavior is very
Tapi aku ini sangat tidak
inconsistent.
konsisten tuh kan.
So you've been watching me all this time, have you? I didn't think you were that type.
Kenapa dia?
You.
Well,
Lu ngapa
since you know
sih?
about my secret investigations, then you should know I'm actually working to take care of it. There's no point questioning or suspecting me. You're the Eunuchs, but you're still my subordinate. You should be following my lead.
Iyalah, iya
Trust
sih.
me,
Nggak
you're
salah sih itu.
Archon and do as I say. Never mind whether you can truly convince yourself to or not.
Semuanya akan
It'll
baik-baik
all turn out
saja.
fine.
Oke.
That's all I have to
Yakin
say.
lo baik-baik aja,
We do
bener
not
nih.
discuss this matter again.
Tiba-tiba solusinya, ayo bangun tembok gitu. Jakarta udah literally sih kalau gitu mah. Duh. Kabur dia. Kenapa tuh? What the heck? Kok slow mo gitu?
Did Farina not notice us standing by the door? Wonder what's up with her. She was smiling.
Dia kelihatannya
She
sengaja
didn't seem in the mood to
menyembunyikan
care if we were
sesuatu.
listening in or not.
Ada apa ini? Purinku ya, apaan tuh?
I assume you've been outside for a while now?
Kalian sudah di luar dari tadi ya? Emang nggak lihat?
Seems Farina didn't even realize we were here.
She was in a
Okay.
great panic, though I cannot discern the reason. Our discussion reached impasses time and again, a state of affairs that we cannot allow to continue. Still, I do not
Ini kalau
understand.
suara Jepangnya gimana ya?
Dialogue is the basis for understanding. So why
Gue nggak
did she
denger
keep
suara
refusing to
Inggrisnya tuh
engage?
cocok kan gitu, kayak bagus gitu. Kan gue tahu suara Jepangnya tuh si Levi kan. Gue nggak bisa ngebayangin aja sih. Dialog adalah alat untuk dapat saling mengerti. Kenapa dia terus menolaknya? Nanya doang sudah nggak cukup nih. Harus di ini dirantai ya kan, terus di gantung gitu rantainya biar tangannya ke atas. Kinda weird, but I guess that's the only way. Habis itu
Everyone in
Oke,
her inner
lanjut,
circle
lanjut.
has noticed that she is hiding some
udah nggak
secrets.
bisa guys,
The
nggak bisa.
issue is her attitude. I fear that she will not
Habis itu
reveal
habis itu
anything unless
dikelitikin
absolutely
pakai
forced
bulu gitu.
to. We may have
Maksudnya
to create a
emang
situation in which
kayak
she
gitu
will have no
guys.
choice but to speak.
Loh.
Oh? Like
Misalnya?
what?
Normally, people will only reveal the truth when standing trial.
Mungkin kita harus
Perhaps we
menjerumuskan
must
Alfon
have
Hydro
the
ke dalam
Hydro
skenario
Archon
itu. Oke.
experience just such a scenario.
Gue mau nanya,
But
itu
Farina's
gelas
seen so many trials and
digantung
she's
buat apaan?
really
Emang
good
ada
at
gelas
asking
digantung?
questions. How do we make sure that she won't just slip away at the first chance she gets?
Mana?
We will need to consider this thoroughly, join forces with various parties.
Mana sih?
Do what
Nggak
we
ada.
can. If at all possible, I would prefer
Gelas
to recuse
digantung.
myself from this affair, but we must prevent the prophecy from coming to pass. This may be
Mana
cruel,
sih? Nggak ada guys.
but all Fontaine is in crisis. The information a god possesses is too precious, and so we must take a chance on this.
Ini nge-lag. Masa sih nge-lag ya? Masa sih? Gue udah turunin ke 480 nih, berarti emang Anda. Masa sih nge-lag? Lagi hujan guys, lagi hujan, wajar. Mungkin ini kejam, tapi konten sedang dalam masa kritis. Informasi yang dimiliki dewa teramat berharga, kita harus gunakan kesempatan yang ada. Kalau gitu kan perlu
But
bantuan.
who will lend us their aid to do such a thing?
Siapa? Siapa anjir? Oh, Navia kah? Navia jadi apa? Navia jadi apa anjay? Tuh kan nyangkutnya di geo tuh. Kebiasaan gitu loh. Nggak di luar, nggak di dalam, nyangkutnya di geo. Oh, udah enggak. Oke. Harddisk gue deh. Aduh, kasihan gue sama harddisk gue nih. Ayo harddisk, semangat harddisk.
Well,
Masih lama, gajian
that's
masih
everyone,
lama.
huh? Speaking of which, it was pretty smart of you to think of hiding here.
Poisson was just involved in a disaster.
Oh, Linet
so it's
Lini.
presently
Oh,
devoid of people. That naturally makes it the best choice.
And here you
Okay.
are drinking tea like it's the most natural thing in the world, huh?
Raya
That's what family
Tesli.
should do. Sit and enjoy a
Enggak ada yang bukan.
It's nice to enjoy tea here, you know.
Mentang-mentang teh
Care for
Raya
a cup?
Tesli kan.
Let
Kok
me
ente
know
jadi
here's
gituin
everyone.
Raya Tesli si Leni?
Or perhaps one of you might like to start us off. How about you, friend?
Me? No, I don't think I can.
Oke.
How about you, good sir?
I
Wah,
fear
anjir.
I will cause the mood on this boat to become as somber as it is in court.
Well then, I guess we're lucky we've got a local like me to organize things. Wonderful, the spotlight
Ya,
at
masa
last.
Raya Teslinya nggak ada
I
guys?
guess I'll be facilitating things from here.
Deduk, mana deduk? Ah, deduk.
That was a little long-winded, don't you think?
Oh,
Iya, klorin.
you might be right. Anyway, to cut to the chase, our friend
Ya,
here, the
nggak ada
traveler,
deduk.
has
Ya,
brought us
deduknya
together
nggak ada
to discuss
guys.
something.
Dedak dikduk nggak ada cok.
As
Okay.
for what that is, well, let's start by saying that we'll be pooling our efforts together to create a series of traps.
Oh,
Kenapa lagunya lagu
intriguing.
Indonesia lagi sih?
Well, it's just an expression, really. One that I just learned from Chlorand and used on the spot. So, let's invite her to explain in detail. A round of applause, please.
Huh?
Nggak penting.
Didn't you say that you would be facilitating this?
Oh, come now. Your work doesn't involve much public speaking,
Nggak
right?
penting kan?
This is a good chance to practice. You might even pick up some fancy oratory tricks to impress your boss with in the future.
I see.
Udah,
And what does my boss say?
bos
He
gimana?
is glad that you consider him your boss. Do go on.
Oke. Awkward banget sih.
In that case,
Sumpah ini kasihan anjir.
do any of you have experience hunting?
Not that I recall.
Fremine and I once used a wooden stick in a basket to catch wild rabbits when we were younger. As for Lynette,
Ada itu lagi sakit ya kalau tidak salah. Nggak
I've
penting sih.
also gone diving to catch some fish before.
I'm afraid not. You may or may not have heard, but Fontaine once
Marish-
proposed to a group known as
Marish
the
Hunter.
Marechaussee Hunters.
Malah
Though that was
Shea
their
Hunter.
name,
Ribet ya
They did
namanya
not
ya.
hunt animals, but rather various monsters left
Namanya
behind
begitu,
by
tapi
the
mereka
ancient
tidak memburu
dynasty of
hewan,
King
buruan.
Remus.
Oke, hewan. Buruan mereka adalah masa peninggalan zaman dinasti
Today,
Raja Remus. Oke.
Fontaine's monster population has already thinned greatly, so the hunters have blended back into society.
Ngapain juga
Taking up
dengerin
arms
ya?
and other
Tuh,
lines of
malah
work.
kayak nggak ada lagu lain
They
aja.
even left a
Kagak
unique
apa, gue
methodology
kepikiran
of hunting
aja.
in their way.
Gitu loh. Pas gue denger lagu ini tuh lagu itu gitu loh, yang ada di pikiran gue nggak jelas kan. Oke, populasi monster di Fontaine akhirnya sudah sangat menipis. Para penduduk telah kembali terserap ke dalam masyarakat yang bekerja di bidang lain. Oke.
A trap
Okay.
comprises of the following components: bait, a trigger, and a containment device. Sometimes a lethal implement will also be necessary to deal with the prey. So, if we were to build a trap together, right now, what would you choose to build it with?
for
Apa yang
me,
akan kalian
I would
pakai?
prefer something basket-shaped. Pigeons and rabbits will see the bait and naturally enter the snare.
Oke.
Our line of work requires a deft hand, and we're some of the best in the industry, so you can count on our techniques.
You used some of those techniques while moving the people of Poisson, didn't you? My subordinates mentioned that you even performed some magic for the bawling children.
Anjay.
Yes, and I even managed to gather some intelligence in the meantime. I'm quite the multitasker if I do say so myself.
Oke.
I'm afraid I can't claim that as my strong suit. I prefer more stable methods, like
Tuh kan lagu Indo.
in the water and waiting for the fish to
Udah tahu
come
lagi
within
kayak
reach.
gini. Lagunya
That's the kind
yang
of
yang
method
yang
I
gitu
would
apa
count
ya? Yang buat seru gitu loh ya. Kan ini kan lagi mendiskusikan perangkap gitu. Kasih lagu Indo, guys. Aneh banget ya. Oke.
Calm and steady. Exactly the kind of person who would catch loads of fish.
And I can be their assistant.
With discretion,
Iya
I'm
udah
sure.
emang harus asisten dia mah.
I'd probably use some sort of mechanical animal. Papa once bought me some small clockwork squirrels, mice, and such. When placed in the forest,
Tutupai
they can
tikus
attract
gitu kalau
others of
ditaruh di
their
hutan
kind.
bisa menarik perhatian hewan
I remember that
sejenisnya.
you liked those too, didn't you?
I did. And that would be a good way to go about it. If
Oke.
they're realistic enough, animals of the same kind will follow them all the way to the trap.
What about
Okay.
you, Monsieur Neuvillette?
Nih Monster Nemplet nggak jelas nih.
Fear I do not have any related experience.
Gak jelas gitu.
That makes sense. You usually solve problems directly, without the use of any
Gila.
But I do have one more
Lakik
question
gitu
for you,
emang harus
monsieur.
gitu lakik ya kan.
If we were to
Oke,
create a
untuk
trap
Monster.
now, how would you design it?
Would like for it to be effective, but bring no harm to the prey. A more gentle trap would be ideal.
Kind
Okay.
as always. However, our intention doesn't necessarily change the containment device and the type of implement we need. If we wanted to kill the prey in one strike, we would need a powerful implement. However, that also goes for prey that must be captured and safely contained.
Wait,
Oke.
why is that?
Only a hunter who's a true expert at subduing
Karena hanya
their
pemburu yang
prey
benar-benar ahli
can
saja yang
snare
bisa
without
melumpuhkan
harming.
buruan tanpa
The
menyakitinya.
line that divides life and death is often exceedingly
Batas pemisah
thin.
hidup dan mati itu setipis kertas. Gila. Enggak juga sih.
Are we going hunting together?
Huh. We haven't
Nggak setipis itu sih.
ourselves as hunters. It kinda works, but maybe it's still not the best metaphor.
If our means of capturing and dealing with our prey is to put them on trial, then the hunting metaphor is actually quite accurate. But we shall require much more courage than any hunter to judge a god, being whose seat is an exalted throne.
Gila. Ya nggak ada
So
deduk
that's
guys.
what's going on.
Kalau ada deduk nih
Sounds
ngeteh nih dia nih. Pasti berlima nih, berenam, bertujuh apa? Nggak tahu lah. Deduk. Deduk gak ada deduk nih. Perumpamaan berburu klorin hanyalah perumpamaan. Iya tahu. Dari tadi emang ngomongin apa? Dari tadi emang perumpamaan. Mengorek rahasia dewa adalah penistaan yang kurang ajar, namun harus dilakukan agar fonten tidak tenggelam seperti dalam ramalan. Tidak ada pemburu, tidak ada buruan, hanya ada jebakan. Itu saja. Asik. Panggung takdir. Gila, keren amat nama itunya. What the hell? Nama achievementnya keren banget, cok. Panggung takdir. Gila, jebakan untuk dewa. Apapun itu tadi ya, keren. Namanya keren sih. Oke. Kita ke markas Pina di Rosula. We're gonna see. Oh ini markasnya Spina di Rosula ya? Bukannya ada si Mona harusnya?
So much has been happening. Hyman didn't think that. Hyman thought they'd be at least a little frightened. Well, Fremine was now that Hyman thinks about it, but well, it's hard
Okay.
to say. Hyman doesn't have any experience with this sort of thing.
Tapi kan ada kamu, Paimon tenang, enak ya.
Reliable person in the
Asal
world,
ngomong
aren't you?
gitu. Apa? Buffering. Coba. Kalau buffering nih, jangan dicepetin lagi, didiemin aja gitu loh. Kan kalau buffering jadi ada jeda 2 detik atau 1 detik gitu kan. 2 sampai 3 detik lah. Nah, itu didiemin aja di situ, jangan di push ke depan. Ini misalnya lagi hujan, guys. Jadi buffering gitu.
Did you just pour some tea? Paimon didn't notice. Paimon's never seen that cup before.
Don't be frightened. I'm just joining you two for tea. I merely refrained from saying anything till now.
What the heck? Who are you, man?
Who's that voice?
Have you forgotten me already?
Sudah lupa suaraku ya? Siapa anjir?
You are familiar. You're the voice we heard from the sky.
Oh.
in the mirror.
Dia.
The voice from the sky, I fear that description is wrong. Though, not completely wrong. You're feeling lost now, just as you were feeling previously.
Kamu siapa dan apa maumu?
Consider me a passerby, just accepting a commission from my friend's disciple on a whim.
Kebetulan dimintai tolong sama muridnya temanku. Oh, si Mona kah? Dari GENSHIN.
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the future.
What? Then is there any way we can stop it?
I believe you have witnessed a failed attempt with your own eyes. Can
Oke,
everything into
apakah
that
semuanya
so
dari dapat
easily be
begitu rentan
changed?
terhadap perubahan? Lagi-lagi takdir.
So you've caught on.
Gue masih lebih suka suara mamahnya Kli sih. Aduh, itu mah beda sih, itu mah beda, itu yang beda jauh, itu salah satu karakter yang nanti bakalan gue ambil tuh, Kli sama Kli mamahnya maksudnya. the mother gitu kan. Sama Himeko ya, Arkon Pyro itu pengen gue ambil tuh. Semoga aja mirip-mirip Himeko HSR atau HI ya. Kalau mirip sih gila auto sih
Just
gitu.
as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall?
Oke, apa? Abis kah? Pelosok yang tidak kelihatan oleh mata dewa?
See different from the fate that the gods perceive.
Oke. Nggak jelas ya.
What is she talking about?
I believe that you understand, right? Some things are
Tapi hal lainnya
insignificant,
memerlukan usaha
but
untuk
others
mengubahnya.
you must
Apa
reach
maksudnya?
out to change.
Mungkin modelnya mirip tapi suaranya beda. Who know? Ya mungkin.
Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen into that
Masalahnya suaranya
future.
si Himeko itu Lisa kan ya? Udah
All you
dipakai
need
sama
to
Lisa
do
kan?
is to play your part.
Itunya habis dong. Pada akhirnya takdir adalah satu-satunya yang membantumu ke masa depan, Taifat. Ikuti saja dan mainkan
This
peranmu.
was good
Anjir.
tea, by the way. Thank you for your hospitality. Well,
A voice.
Penyihir N, apakah ini petunjuk yang memberikan untuk kami? Petunjuknya nggak guna ya. Intinya tuh udah lang, lu nggak usah ngomong-ngomong ya, ikutin aja. Gak usah nanya-nanya, ikutin aja, ntar juga tahu sendiri. Intinya gitu loh. Kampret emang. Gak guna sih.
Alright. Hey, it's you who's getting
Well, I see I've walked in on some lively banter.
Mona.
Nah, ini dia nih Mona nih.
Fine, just fine. I went to take part in... Not all Fontanians are pessimistic about this. One journalist mentioned that sitting around and waiting for the end to come would be wrong, and that they should make their own
Tidak semua orang
rescue
Fontaine pesimis loh. Ada satu wartawan yang
I
bilang kalau
agree,
cuma
so
duduk
we had a
sambil
brief
menunggu
chat
akhir
with
zaman
her.
juga salah. Oke. Aku setuju. Terus ngobrol dia sama dia. Oh gitu.
Hair by any chance?
Why, yes, it was Charlotte. You remember her, right? That daredevil journalist. I'm in full support of her view. Prophecies are very important, but how can people allow their lives to be
That's right. Paimon's glad to hear something sensible for once.
Ah, yes. About what we had discussed
Aku sudah coba tapi
before.
gagal juga mau
I
sini
did
tua.
try, but
Malam
I'm
ini mau
afraid I
coba lagi
couldn't
tapi
reach
jangan
the
ngarep ya.
tag.
Sebenarnya sudah ada yang datang. gitu kan. Kaget kan, Mona?
Goodness gracious. Are you serious?
She said that even the god's gaze has blind spots. Pretty bold if you ask Paimon. Most people would believe the gods to be all-knowing, right?
The Hex and Circle members are certainly anything but ordinary. As for the mage named N,
Oke, penyihir N, si nenek tua pernah cerita sih katanya N itu tahu arah dan suka membantu mereka yang tersesat. Wis. Siapa yang tersesat, Cok? Domba. Ngomong-ngomong, Charlotte belum dapat lagi, gua PT50 belum dapat. Ya udahlah, bomat ya.
But I've never met her.
Charlotte ya, Charlotte bagus loh. Itu pengen gue dapetin tuh buat di look gue.
Well, suffice it to say that the hag's at least a few hundred.
Tapi aku tidak pernah ketemu langsung. Kalau masih hidup dia sudah umur si nenek tua saja sudah berapa ratus. N pasti lebih tua lagi tuh.
The Hex and Zirkle sounds like a scary group. But they must really...
Their abilities alone are pretty terrifying. If she came to see you personally, then
Baca yang kalian hadapi ini bukan main-main. Oke.
Well, it's not like Paimon could understand anything she said.
Nah iya makanya dia literally dia ngomong gitu loh. Udahlah cowok nggak usah nanya-nanya gitu. Ikutin aja alur cerita kata dia gitu. Terus juga tahu sendiri intinya sih gitu ya guys, saya gue dengerin gitu loh. Nggak ngebantu sih.
Perhaps it is something that you cannot know right now.
Oke.
Traveler, Paimon?
Oh, we're fine. We're just a little down right now. It kind of feels like the end is
Apaan
coming,
tuh?
you know?
What the heck? Gak apa-apa tapi agak lesu sih, rasanya kayak sudah mau akhir zaman. Kok jadi akhir
I
zaman?
feel that same sense of death. I guess you could consider me someone who has often witnessed fate. So far
Takdir
as I have
tidak
seen,
bisa diubah.
even
Anjay.
so, I still hope for and believe in miracles.
Tapi takdir tidak, dia kejam tapi juga menawan. Anjay.
Trying to tell you not to lose heart and to believe that what you are seeing playing out before you is not yet set in stone. I did originally think of steering clear of all this, but I couldn't.
Tapi kira tidak bisa juga. Bahkan jika semua ini sia-sia, aku masih tetap ingin bantu. Kalau tidak berjalan baik, gimana caranya kita menghadapi kesudahan asik? Uns, mau nak nih, omong itu juga.
There I go, talking about astrological principles again. It was worth trying to comfort you, even if I suppose that might be why.
Oke.
Ngomong
sekeren-keren nongkrong di bawah tanah ya.
Also kinda sad too.
Gue tahu itu. Dia pasti gak ada duit guys, makanya nongkrongnya di bawah tanah gitu loh.
Hey traveler, Paimon suddenly feels like going out.
Ngomongnya sih dia ya kan, astrologi. Aku adalah yang bisa melihat masa depan gitu. Bisa membaca lah ya. Kenapa sih harus miskin gitu loh? Bingung gua. Kan dia bisa ya guys ya, bikin gitu jadi ada tukang ramalan gitu nih ya, kalau mau diramal bayar gitu loh. Bisa kan dia bikin usaha kayak gitu loh maksud gua. Gak perlu miskin gitu ya kan. Aneh banget gua. Sama aja kayak Spider-Man gitu loh. Spider-Man tuh superhero miskin gitu kan maksudnya. Kayak aneh banget. Lu kan superhero, kenapa nggak minta ini apa namanya, minta bikin sepatu gitu atau gimana gitu kan. Kayak di ini, kayak di Spider-Verse yang pertama tuh, Peter Parker kan ini banget apa namanya itu, diundang TV jadi kaya gitu kan, ada majalahnya sendiri, ada komiknya, ada es krimnya gitu loh maksud gua. diundang acara TV gitu, ada lagunya sendiri, kaya gitu loh. Superhero tuh gak harus miskin, sama kayak Mona, aneh banget gitu loh. Kenapa sih? Gak ngerti gue.
What's going on? Let Paimon see. The underwater stronghold, the Fortress of Meripede, has continued in its noble autonomy, but that my recent attempt to enter the fortress bore little fruit. Huh.
Ini Charlotte nih.
Friend become the focus of this report. A blonde adventurer with their white fairy legends trailing in their wake. It is said that this mysterious. So while the fortress's interior remains a mystery behind closed doors, do not fear, for the tales of the traveler contains surprise journalist Charlotte's biggest scoop yet. The Charlotte took so many awesome photos of us and we never even noticed her. She hasn't been able to get a hold of anything at the fortress, so since we're easier to find, she's using seriously?
Oke.
Well,
Kayak cuman koran ya. Oke, sayu aja biar cepet. Mana nih? Aku mau langsung ke ceritanya nih. Ah, lama guys ceritanya guys. Penasaran gua. Gimana nih ininya? Masih lama nggak? Sampai cerita utama ini ceritanya masih ini doang nih. Aduh, kegeser lagi mic gua. Oke.
quick, look! That's the limited
Apa?
edition only 16 slices a day cake! It was so delicious the last time we tried it, despite the tense situation.
One
Okay.
slice of cake, please.
Someone showed up after all.
Lama lagi ya, langsung Gi.
Oh, wait, you're the one from the Palais Mermonia.
Oh, are you here to buy cake too?
Sampai itu loh,
It seems
sampai
Monsieur
yang
Neuvillette was right. You really
boomnya
can
gitu
eat.
loh, boomnya. Masih lama nggak? Sejauh ini tuh masih kayak masih set, masih datar gitu, yang nggak gitu loh.
Wait, did he really say?
That's right. Even he has his own preferences when it comes to food.
Oh,
As for me, I love the cake and coffee here.
Meluzin dub JP lebih menggoda, mana ada anjir. Tadi Levi kan aneh anjir suaranya.
Do you come here often?
Usually every day.
Every day?
Setiap hari gimana?
It's part of my daily schedule, apart from work. I shall have my cake and coffee.
Oke.
Then what if someone told you one day that this place would be closing soon? And
But why would it close?
well, Hyman doesn't know either, but
Oh, the prophecy. To be honest, I haven't paid much attention to that. No, still, even if there be no more cake
Anjir sih,
tomorrow,
Din.
that wouldn't keep me from having some today.
Bagus sih Din ya. Dia tuh pemikirannya tuh realitas gitu loh, realistis gitu loh kan. Ya biarin aja sih kalau besok hujan toh, yang penting gue masih bisa nikmatin sekarang gitu. Dan belum tentu juga besok tuh banjir, intinya kan gitu. Meluzin bukan Agung.
No,
Siapa?
It's the same
Oh,
for eating
Navia.
in general. You might not be able to eat tomorrow, but if you can do so today, then you should carry on. That's what people call living, you know.
Asik. Nggak, lu kan nggak bisa jawab kan lu?
Don't be sad. Excuse me, could I have 2 more slices of cake to go? These 2 slices are for you. Sijuin said that this kind of expression you're making is what humans call being sad.
oh, you know Sichuan?
I sure
dia
do.
kena Sijuin anjing.
She was born before me, and she
PN-nya
sometimes
terlalu
comes to the
serius, nggak
surface to
sesuai
teach
model.
us
Masa
things
sih?
about humans. She said that humans are creatures that are saddened easily. Yes, and you can only lift their spirits by feeding
Nggak,
them
gue tetap
delicious
pakai
food.
hidup Inggris.
So
Karena
please try the cakes here.
kan ini tentang Vokalor dan si ini ya, si Neuvillette ya nanti ya. Purina dan Neuvillette. Nah, gue pengen denger nih suara Inggris dari Neuvillette nih.
I've got something else to do, so I'll be going now. You two try to stay in.
Oke. GG Serin.
And there she goes.
Serin pemikiran lebih dewasa ya.
Alright, let's dig in.
Nikmatin aja dulu kuenya gitu kan.
It's more delicious
Oh, besok
than
gimana
last
juga.
time. And the
Lihat aja
flavor gets
besok
even better
gitu.
with a sip of tea. It sure would be nice if we could always eat delicious food.
Oke. Tut. Di jam 10, Cok. Ceritanya masih belum terlalu ini ya.
Oh, we're near the Steambird office. Let's go look for Charlotte and have a chat.
Nanti ada Charlotte.
Wow! If it isn't the Traveler and Paimon! Oh, have
Kenapa
you seen the
cherry di
article I
kue
wrote
itu
about you?
gede bet dan gak berisi? Padahal kalau di pohon kecil, bet kecil. Beda cherry, Bambang. Itu cherrynya yang mana? Itu beda cherry. Itu beda dong. Itu bukan cherry khusus gue. Cherrynya juga beda.
Oh, you needn't worry about that. I heard that you were in Poisson some time back, so I said it's all right though. I've set aside the amount intended for you. I've even set the table with some food.
Oh, damn. Nice.
You're almost a little too easy to win over, Paimon. If I were a journalist with ulterior motives, you'd be in trouble now, you know.
Oh,
Ay,
Paimon knows
bener.
you're not like that.
Still, what brings you here all of a sudden?
When Mona mentioned you, we thought of coming to see you at work.
I see. It seems you've already bumped into Mona here in Fontaine. So she mentioned
Okay.
it. What did she say?
She said that you're a real daredevil of a journalist.
Nice. In which case, can this daredevil journalist dare to record?
Huh? So you're...
Oh, of course it doesn't. That was more like live photography.
Okay.
I'd like to do is dive deeper.
Yeah, are we?
Why not? If I say you're worth an interview, then you're worth it.
Oh, in that case...
Oh, so that's a yes? Ooh, splendid. Ooh, so much to get...
Wait, Charlotte, Paimon's still got a question for you.
And what's that?
If, just for example...
Huh. That's the prophecy you're talking about, isn't it?
Okay.
I mean, I do hear about it often, but if you're seriously asking, then I might try and think of a way to leave Fontaine. Oh, but I'm still a journalist first, and from what I've seen, most people don't know what they'd do should the worst come to pass. So in all likelihood, I'd probably still be prepping at the office for that interview of ours. I know what you're thinking. That sounds a bit sad, but just think about it. If this nation really were to be suddenly destroyed tomorrow, but I still successfully finish an exclusive interview with a truly unique person, and then do you know what I'd do? Well, I'd write that story, send it for printing. I'm not a dreamer,
Okay.
but anyway, that's my answer. And on that note, I'll get back to my preparations.
Okay.
That's so nice. Anyway, let's go and take a look at the sea, shall we?
B aja ya. terlalu muter-muter. Astaga, sumpah. Itu dia nanya gitu doang tadi intinya gitu loh. Tapi terlalu muter-muter.
The sea breeze and scenery can be a pretty soothing combo, huh? Hyman's been thinking.
Okay.
If it wasn't Fontaine, but all of Tevat that would be...
Ya.
Where would we go and what would we do?
Ya, nge-lag. Ya ampun.
No, Paimon should ask, if you could choose, what would you like to do? We've always been moving to the next destination, so we haven't spent much time thinking about these kinds of things. We didn't have to either. You mean, still traveling? Huh. What?
Lu tahu nggak kenapa orang tua dulu ada yang disebut Mbah Kangkung? Hah? Gue aja baru denger tuh. Perbincangan ringan, oke. Udah gitu doang sebenarnya. Astaga, berbelit-belit sumpah. Nggak bohong gua. Kayak itu yang di Charlotte tadi tuh. Sorry tuh saya ya, yang di Charlotte tadi tuh kayaknya nggak ada. Aduh. Nggak perlu ada juga, kayaknya nggak ngaruh gitu loh sama cerita. Oke. Nggak ada suaranya. Astaga.
That's for sure. It's not only damp there, but salty.
Ah, so the two of you are still here.
Oh, you're from the Palais Mermonia, aren't you?
Yes, I'm Isadora. Monsieur Nervillat sent me to look for you two before. I heard that afterward you went to the...
Astaga.
Not at all. I'm
Suaranya
well aware that
ngelek-ngelek.
you're friends of his. Actually, I'm here to pass along a message from... Yes,
Ada masalah?
inside the opera house. The
A riot?
Well,
Kerusuhan.
that said, Lady Farina was watching a performance at the opera house, loudly accusing her of doing nothing about the prophecy crisis. And before she could respond, others started to join in. The crowd continued to grow and protest against the Hydro Archon.
So people have started to put the blame on Farina. Guess they finally found it.
I agree. People will naturally rely on.
So what happened after
Nah
that?
gini ceritanya itu nyambung gitu loh. Tadi itu yang Charlotte sumpah dipotong itu juga nggak ngaruh gitu loh.
Seeing that the situation was spiraling out of control and that further argument was pointless, she claimed that she'd gotten tired of this. The Marechaussee Phantom had their hands full maintaining order and did not catch where Lady Farina had gone.
So, you mean she's still missing?
That's right. The Marechaussee has dispatched many people to search for. That said, I don't think there's much to worry about.
Mana lagunya ngelek-ngelek lagi.
After all, even if she were
Dia
to
kan
fall into
dewa.
the hands
Kalau
of
misal
riders,
jatuh ke tangan
what could
perusuh
ordinary
juga mereka
people do
bisa
to
apa
her?
kan?
Good. Monsieur Nervillat sent me to tell you about the situation.
Untung Anda tidak tahu ya kan.
He didn't say
Kalau Anda tahu tentang kejadian si Arkon Hydro Anda nangis gemetar itu kemungkinan udah panik kali.
This is more than enough to go on. Thanks for...
Oke. Kenapa?
Well, sounds like we should hurry over to Poisson then.
Ini udah mulai ini kah?
If we know Farina, she won't try to fix things in this situation. Instead, she'll look, and as we also know, when Nervillet was talking to her in the Palais Mermonia, and she heard about Poisson, it would be hard for her to ignore being a... Paimon thinks Farina's probably taken the opportunity to slip away to Poisson. Huh. Well, what do you think? Paimon knows the answer. In that case, there's none of them.
Oke. Lu tahu nggak manusia punya 2 lubang hidung? Kenapa yang satu nggak buat masuk, yang satu buat keluar? Jadi nggak manuk. Pantatin gua sama Sayu. Makasih Sayu. Tung tung turung tung tung tung. Mana nih? Ceritanya masih datar, Cok. Udah sejam lebih loh ini. Sejauh ini masih be aja ya. Gua nggak tahu bagusnya di mana, sejauh ini masih be aja. Kalau dibandingin sama cerita yang awal tuh yang Line ya, yang detektif itu jauh lebih seru sih dibandingin ini sih. Maaf aja sejauh ini ya, kita nggak tahu gimana nanti ke depannya ini. Tapi sejauh ini Line masih lebih seru tuh, yang sama Navia, yang tiba-tiba jebret pertanyaan. Belum dijawab udah ada lagi, Gila nggak? Seru sih. Nah, yang di sini nih masih ngablo nih ceritanya nih. Masih apa namanya? Masih datar, bahkan yang tadi nggak penting aja Charlotte dimasukin gitu. Sebenarnya itu bisa dimasukin ke ceritanya Charlotte aja gitu loh. Walaupun kita udah nyelesain Vocalor deh, terendam dan lain sebagainya, kita masuk ke Charlotte. Terus ngomong, lu gimana nih kalau misalkan ngebayangin bener udah ini dan lain sebagainya. Itu bisa gitu loh, nggak perlu dimasukin gitu loh. Dipotong kan bisa.
That's Farina right over there. She really is here all on her own.
Jangan bersuara.
Should I just give
Dia nangis dong.
This is all meaningless. What was meant to happen did happen after all. Everyone's dead.
What the heck?
I'm sorry. I am so sorry. Give up, Farina. There's no point in holding out. I'm sorry. But what can I even do other than to repeat meaningless apologies over and over? Who's that?
Don't worry, Farina. It's just us.
Ya aduh, lagu Indo lagi. Gak ada yang lain.
So it is you, blonde traveler from another land.
Why, I almost thought you were someone from that mob of my ignorant subjects. Come to kneel and beg for my forgiveness.
Aduh, Furina ini. Deh apa sih gitu loh. Aduh. Jangan merasa kuat gitu dong. Aduh. Furina masih naif guys. Mentang-mentang dia hydro ya, jadi tuh seakan-akan tuh enggak, ini tuh tanggung jawab gua gitu loh. Gua harus gini, gua harus gini gitu. Kalau udah nggak kuat cerita gitu, cerita.
The tear stains on your face are obvious.
What do you mean, tear stains? Oh, I remember. Who did that uncivilized rabble? They even dare to tout their archon.
Cerita gitu loh, cerita. Aduh.
I can just imagine
cerita
their
gitu
twisted
loh.
and frustrated faces once they realize that I'm nowhere to be found. Oh, and I'm sure Nouvellette
Nanti lo
knows
bakal
people
tahu
from the
bang,
Marsh
kenapa
just say Phantom
sifatnya
are
begitu.
freaking
Oh gitu.
out right next to them too.
Nah kalau gini kan ceritanya ke Arkonnya gitu loh, nggak ke Charlotte. Nggak guna banget sumpah, tadi tuh Charlotte sumpah nggak guna banget. Oke, ini kenapa nih dia nih guys? Tuh udahlah cerita men, cerita. Jangan mentang-mentang lu Arkon ya. Ketika sebelum merendah, beliau ini malah nginjek-nginjek. Nggak cerita gitu loh, cerita men.
Hey, there she is. The Hydro Archon's over there. Quick,
Tuh kan.
Farina, those people seem to be after you.
They are. They're just some rabid fans who want to cut the line. That's against the rules.
Dia kabur.
Farina just ran off. Quick, we have to...
Cerita gitu loh. Aduh, ini Furina nih mentang-mentang dia Arkon jadi harus ditimbun sendiri gitu loh. Enggak gitu, men. Enggak gitu. Cerita ya, dia kayak Sasuke dia tuh. Enggak sih. Beda jauh sih. cerita men, cerita gitu loh. Aduh, dia nggak mau cerita men.
This should be the place, right? Hey, Farina! There's a good hiding spot over here. Quick, come to...
What is this place?
Hurry, they're almost here!
Fine. I suppose haste.
Ya udah sini udah lama. Oke, kita masuk guys. Furina tuh kayak gini guys. Udah tanggung kecebur, tapi dia tahu dia salah gitu loh. Kayak gimana ya? Misalkan nih, lu orangnya nih gini deh. Lu dikenal sebagai orang yang preman gitu ya. Gitu misalkan, anjay. Lu orang preman gitu kan. Minum-minum dan lain sebagainya. Terus tapi tiba-tiba dalam hati lu pengen, aduh gue pengen tobat nih tapi gue malu gitu loh. Dia tahu ya pokoknya kayak gitu dah ya, intinya gitulah. Jadi tobatnya diam-diam tapi masih sama, woi bro gitu kan, masih mabok apa tapi malu gitu loh. Nah ini mirip-mirip nih guys, kayak Furina guys, gak mau cerita si Kuya gitu.
I mean, I merely gave in to the sheer enthusiasm they display.
You're right. Yep, that's a good girl.
Nah lu. Akhirnya naik lagi ya.
Yeah, a quake of this kind.
It can't be.
Well, there's no need to worry too much about that. Nouvellette's made some emergency.
Yeah, but the people of Poisson...
Nah, gitu dong, cerita. Bang, hitam doang, enggak.
It's true. I've been investigating the prophecy for hundreds of years.
Oke, dia akhirnya ngomong nih, guys.
I once had informants all over Tevat, searching for clues and feeding information back to me. I've tried all kinds of ways too to hold back the sea. Anything to keep the coastline from advancing. But all my efforts proved to be futile in the end. Really,
The truth has been clear to me for a very long time.
I see.
We cannot make an enemy of the divine. No matter what we do, the will of the heavenly principles will have its way. And the give up. I do love the sound of that phrase. It would mean indeed. I've thought about giving up so many times.
Oke, ini baru nih, bagus nih. Kita coba dengerin dulu, guys. Aku sudah ingin menyerah entah berapa kali, terutama sejak kita nyaris kehilangan posong.
It's really unreasonable, isn't it? It has no heart and obeys no rules. The prophecy has only just started to come true, but just now, it all became clear to me. I still don't have the right to come to terms with fate on behalf of everyone else.
Oh, I see.
As long as the final moment hasn't come, it's still not too late. Don't worry.
Tapi aneh gak sih,
well,
aneh banget.
That's enough for now. I got the impulse to play the stricken maiden, but honestly, considering my rank and station, that wasn't a good fit at all.
Gara-gara Arkon ya, astaga, gak gitu, cok. Aduh, ini emang Purina nih.
Don't take any of what I just said seriously. How could I possibly let Fontaine fall to the whims of trivia?
Come on! Paimon could have sworn you were actually being...
Iya, men.
Share my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the
Tuh kan, aduh, dia tuh kayak gini, guys. Ada rasa kayak ini tuh tugas gua gitu loh. Cerita saja sama aku, anggap saja aku ini saksi.
Yes, I've heard that you, and if Tevat is in its entirety a show on a stage, then you'll...
Oke. Ayo dong, Purina, cepet, Cok. Lama, Purina. Come on. Give me something. Anjir, dikasih CG dong. Damn. Ayo, come on. Come on. Udah hilangkan dulu egomu. Aduh. Lah. What the heck? Ya. Cok. Ya. Astaga. Kecepetan Lini. Aduh, si Lini. Wah, anjir, lagunya baru bagus nih. Ini yang gue demen. Kok hitam?
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes my opening performance.
Aduh, guys. Kita udah dapat kepercayaannya loh tadi. Anjir.
Now, without further ado,
kecepetan si bego.
To the trial of our God.
Si bego kecepetan, Cok. Itu
So, this is what it is. Yes, you deserve.
Aduh, kan jadi
to raise the dramatic stakes.
Jadi ada yang lagi gue.
However, that I am Fosalor, the god of justice.
Gue harap sih gue gak perlu jelasin. Jelasin juga gak masalah sih sebenarnya. Tapi ingat, aku ini dewa keadilan Vocalors, perwujud dari keadilan. Apa yang masuk adil nih? Tidakkah kalian rasa ini konyol mengadili keadilan?
As your refusal to stand trial. In that
case,
you will have the opportunity to defend your honor through a duel.
Anjir.
You would draw your blade against a god?
Woi lu.
I see.
Wah anjir ceritanya bagus banget ya.
You have made up your mind.
I wish. Ini ceritanya kayak ini anjir, Trails of Cold Steel anjir. Gue demen nih. Ini kenapa?
Paimon can't believe it. She...
What the heck is going on? Did I just see an Archon surrender to a human?
Wow, how utterly...
Lady Farina, what is the meaning of this?
Woi lu.
It would seem
Keterangan,
that there
keterangan.
has been a misunderstanding. To be
Looking for excuses again, huh?
I raised my hands just now.
Kok mirip-mirip gua ya?
to
Enggak,
indicate
maksudnya
my acceptance of the trial.
maksudnya gimana
Duel
ya?
shall be necessary.
Enggak, apa sih alasannya tuh sedikit-sedikit doang gitu ya. Gua kan nggak pernah alasan. Beda jauh maksudnya sama gua nggak pernah alasan guys, gua mah. Salah tadi salah ngomong awal-awal. Tuh kan aku ngangkat tangan karena menerima persidangan ini. Tidak perlu berduel. Asik.
That I've been running away for a long time. I'm sorry, everyone. I was unable to protect you. Are not the only ones to be disappointed in me. I too.
Oke.
But now, it is time for the Hydro Archon to show you her courage and resolve.
Ada ungu-ungu di atas anjir. Apaan tuh?
Farina, will
Bohong
use
kalau
this
gue
trial
suruh
to show
lab.
the world the true meaning of justice.
Ada alasannya. Enggak. Beda jauh kan gue Vocalors nggak ada gue mah. Ini Vocalors nih, aduh. Archon bocah guys. Gue kan nggak bocah gitu kan. Aku Farina, aku nggak bisa ini untuk menunjukkan arti keadilan sungguhnya.
I will protect you.
Oke, siapa? You di sini kalian atau kamu? Apa nih maksudnya nih you di sini?
Applaud and rejoice. One of the most outrageous and fantastical arcs known to the opera epiclese is now unfolding before your eyes.
Emang nih orang beda cerita ya kalau disuruh live. Orang capek guys gitu ya. Gue tuh tidak ada alasan. Gue tuh tidak beralasan. Itu sebuah realita gitu loh. Itu namanya bukan alasan. Ya kan? Jadi gue berbeda jauh lah Vocalors. Garis bawahi you. Makanya apa maksud you nih? Masalahnya di ini Indonya ngaco guys. Di Inggrisnya you, harusnya kan kamu ya, tapi di situnya kalian. Apa maksudnya anjir? Harusnya kan bukan kalian, misalkan my people, I will protect my people gitu loh. Baru kalian atau orang-orangku, intinya gitu kan. Ini you di sini. You, kamu, tapi di situnya kalian tadi di Inggrisnya. Aneh banget ya. Apa nih guys? Apa ini?
Mark my words. This shall be one of the most exhilarating and brilliant shows ever to grace the stage of Fontaine. The trial
Ada ungu-ungu.
Archon Focalors will now be.
Gila, lagunya pas banget sih. Ini lagunya tuh mencengkangkan tapi ada rasa kayak apa ya? Kayak desperate atau sedih gitu loh. Atau gimana ya? Lagunya tuh kayak ini loh, gua orang yang kuat gitu ya, yang orang yang berada di atas tapi nggak bisa ngapa-ngapain gitu loh. Intinya gitu loh, lagunya tuh kayak ada rasa sedih atau kayak apa ya? Intinya gitu dah, lagunya keren anjir, suka gua. Di malah senang si kocak. Peristiwa bersejarah.
I feel like Farina just took over the whole thing. Like, come on. Also, even though she's still acting super dramatic, she is taking this serious.
All right then. Who will?
The court asks the prosecutor to please take the stand.
Terima kasih yang mulia.
So,
Wahai saksi Tefat, penuntut dan lawanku yang sudah ditakdirkan. Aduh, tadi udah mau dapet loh guys, tapi si Lee ini kecepetan sulapnya. Tuh kan sih, aduh. Ntar di 4.3 ada apa aja, bisa kasih spoiler nggak? Gue penasaran nih. Jangan dong. Kita di sini kan mau nyari tahu guys. Jangan di spoiler ini. Gue juga penasaran guys. Tidak apa-apa, masih ada kesempatan untuk tahu kebenaran asalkan pernah kalah di pengadilan. Oke, come on, we're gonna see. Kita lihat guys. Ada apa yang diumpetin sama Rina kan? Anjay.
Also, please allow me to ask, as a final question before the trial begins, just how much work did you do to force me onto this stage?
Well, we did do a lot of prep after the meeting that day.
I can go over the tasks assigned to the Spina di Rosula, since they were rather straightforward and easy.
Ada waifu satu set, atas bawah good, bisa masak pinter. Waifunya apaan tuh? Skirk apaan anjir? Cuman bisa bertarung dia mah.
Navia,
Okay.
the president of the Spina di Rosula.
Most of the people who participated in the disturbance this morning were my subordinates.
Oh, semuanya itu bawaan dia
They
ternyata.
changed into plain clothes and came to the opera house as regular audience members, waiting for the people's resentment against their archon has been building as more and more of the prophecy is fulfilled. A spark was all we needed to turn smoldering anger into a flame. Moreover, according to our understanding and analysis of you, when something like that occurred, you would likely flee this. So, we arranged for a second group to.
So, you mean the ones who scout?
And their goal was to force you to step into the giant magic box so you may personally participate in the greatest magic performance in all
gitu ya? Kok
Fontanian
gua nggak
history.
tahu? Ente rapat ngomongin apa sih? Gua sebagai pemain aja gua nggak tahu ini. Ada kayak gituan. Makasih loh.
As the
Tiba-tiba
super
disulap dong.
ultimate version of the setup that I used when I first performed at the Opera Epiclese, the volume of the box was increased by a whole order of magnitude, and the distance it traversed was the entire gap between Poisson and Arenias. Its cargo,
Anjay.
of course, was an archon instead of a human. My thanks, Farina. Without your help, we could never have...
You're welcome?
Of course,
You're
this
welcome.
performance was only made possible with Father's support. The House of the
Anjir,
Hearth spent a
pakai
massive
patuh.
amount of labor in Mora to pull this off.
Keren.
We had to select a location, construct the giant magic box, dig a tunnel, and open up a path through the water. It was a lot of work for all of us.
So, in other words, the earthquake...
That's right. It wasn't a sign of another disaster to come.
Maaf ya.
Then, I can guess Nervilette and Cloran's parts.
Nggak dikasih tahu ya, sumpah. Gua aja sebagai pemeran utama nggak tahu nih gitu.
And made sure that the champion duelist would be immediately ready for a fight. Also that as soon as I appeared on the stage, the trial may commence.
Yes, that is correct.
Yes, that is correct.
Well, Clorand, I must commend you for your courage. Only the most outstanding champion duelist in all of Fontaine would...
Thank you.
Enggak sih, karena...
For you, traveler, I suppose your role was to keep me distracted with conversation once you'd make sure that I didn't notice anything amiss before revealing yourself as my prosecutor once we'd arrived onto the stage.
Oh?
Asik.
Is that so? Then I suppose I must have missed my final chance. It's fine. It matters not. What's done is done.
Ya. Aduh, kenapa
The
sih?
stage is already set, so there's no reason to disappoint the audience. Let's see this trial through to the very end.
Oke. Apa yang ingin berkata pada sampai di
Sir
pengadilan?
Prosecutor,
Makanya.
please allow me to pass this along. This
Ini ada
is a
titipan.
document
Apa
that
ini?
Miss Charlotte applied for and received permission to share with you during the trial. According to her...
Huh? Charlotte wanted to give us something? Oh, so she's here too!
Oh, dia juga si Kuya.
Isn't this the exclusive interview that... Wait, then that means this document is a perfect timeline of everything that's happened ever since we stepped foot in Fontaine! So in other words, we can refer to this anthology of evidence every time we want to use something from our journey as evidence for an argument!
Sumpah. Astaga. Aneh banget sih. Ya udahlah. Iya dah, bagus dah. Ya, bagus pada.
You defeated the Hydro Archon in the very first duel you took part in. I didn't think this is the first of the fortress of Meripede with a nearly.
Oh, banyak ya. Makasih loh.
The prosecution and the defense are both in position.
Anjay.
Shall now begin.
Gila. Please lagunya yang bagus ya. Come on, lagu.
Oh, come on, Nervilet. There's no need to repeat all the unimportant legalese. Just fast forward to the part where the prosecution lays out my offenses. As the defendant, of course, it is only natural for humans to struggle to understand the actions of a god. However, you will need more than that to convict me of a crime.
That's true. But my charge here is unrelated to your conduct as an
archon. Dia ngomong dong anjir. Tumben kita ngomong.
Instead, I would like to charge you as a fraud who's never been the Archon in the first place.
Wait.
What
was that? Lady Farina's a fraud?
Hey, I came here thinking that we were going to try the Hydro Archon for forsaking our duty.
Charge accepted.
Nah lo.
Lady Farina, do you plead guilty to the charge?
Why lo?
Lady Farina.
I plead not guilty. How can I be guilty? There is no way that I, Focalor, otherwise known as Farina de Fontaine, a member of the Seven and the Regina of all waters, kindreds, peoples, and laws of Fontaine, could be anything other than your true Archon.
Nggak terbata-bata ya ngomongnya ya. Gas Gung, yoi. Please. Biasanya nih, ayo Agung, berguna dikit lah, come on lah.
Yeah,
I have cause to believe that common sense will prevail in this case. Many of the members of the audience have known me as the Hydro Archon ever since they were born. There would see. Even the Oratrice has decided to show me its favor.
Ini Oratrice ini apa sih ini yang belum ketahuan ini loh. Si koplak aja sampai diadilin sama mesin-mesin gak guna itu gitu loh. Arkonnya sendiri gitu.
I can promise you as the god of justice that you will not have to face trial for making a false accusation.
An argument with near impossible odds, huh? You have to not only refute Farina's claims, but also overturn the long-held beliefs of the...
Well, I tried to give you the chance to surrender.
Kalau masih bersikukuh, maka giliranku bertanya, jika kamu memang yakin bahwa aku bukan Archon, maka menurutmu makhluk apa aku ini sebenarnya?
Then how did I manage to live for over 500 years?
Oh. I see. Kita tanya ya. Tidak relevan. Dia yakin nama itu akan terjadi, tapi kamu tidak boleh menyerah begitu saja. Oh, dia sudah menghampiri Perninya sendiri dan dia yakin bahwa Perninya bukan Archon sebenarnya. Bahkan ada kemungkinan dia terkena semacam kutukan. Loh.
First of all, you may be a member of another long-lived race, which would allow you to naturally possess an extended lifespan. And second of all, even if that wasn't the case, there could be other ways to extend your life.
Who gave you that idea? Was it the knave? You'd sink so low as to use a harbinger's words against me.
Siapa yang berikan ide itu tidak relevan, nah lo.
I once thought it possible that the aura of an Archon might naturally resemble a type of curse.
Kutukan. Dulu aku pernah curiga bahwa hawa Archon pada dasarnya mirip sekali dengan sejenis kutukan.
Oh. Perhaps what I sensed was not your divinity, but a curse after all.
Nah lo. Hah? Kok?
Lady Farina.
Well, it is true that it's extremely difficult to tell humans and gods apart just by looking.
Iya, karena dewanya nggak guna sih. Hampir semua dewa di sini tuh mirip semua gitu loh. Nggak guna banget gitu loh. Apa yang membedakan dewa sama manusia kalau bukan dari kekuatannya?
Even if I have been carrying a curse like you said, how does that prove that I am merely a human being? Besides, everyone knows that the main difference between a human and a god is the possession of authority. For centuries, manifestations of my authority have served the nation of Fontaine. One need only to turn their eyes towards the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal in this very opera house. Or
susah ya namanya ya, Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal. Atau mengingat ide-ide yang digunakan dalam segala aspek kehidupan kita. Oke, tunggu. Nah lo, ternyata orang Fontaine bisa larut ini nih. Nah lo.
You tried to reference the Oratrice, but weren't you as confused as all the rest of us when the Oratrice declared?
Didn't I make myself clear at the time? The decisions of the gods are naturally.
Lady Farina, I believe a reminder of your current circumstances.
Makanya, apaan tuh kayak gitu? Misteri.
The principles of justice in the law must come before all else.
Nah
you
lo,
prove yourself unable to defend against the prosecution's charges if you continue to withhold vital information against the rules of the court.
Maka kan untuk mengajukan pembelaan akan dicabut. Nah lo.
You'd use that kind of rhetoric against me.
That was no trick of rhetoric, Lady Farina. I've merely reiterated the rules of the court. Rules that all should respect and
makanya, apaan kayak gitu jawaban yang gak jelas.
So, you neither knew why Child was declared guilty, nor did you understand the structure and operations of the Oratrice. Instead of having been created by you, the manifestations of authority you mentioned have been made by the real Hydro Archon, haven't they?
The real Hydro Archon. Well, now you're really losing me. It is true that I did not know why the Oratrice gave out a guilty verdict that day. But the Oratrice handed out that verdict unilaterally, and it has been operating independently ever since it was first created. You can't argue that just because a divine creation is flawed, that the god behind it must also be no god at all.
Kamu tidak bisa bilang bahwa dewa yang ciptakannya bukan dewa hanya karena ciptaannya cacat. Aneh banget lu, sumpah.
She's still throwing out all kinds of excuses. Seems like she's confident that we won't be able to produce proof that she has no power.
My power as an Archon. There are many ordinary citizens.
If that poses a concern, I'm prepared to extend my protection to the audience.
You don't need to go that far.
Nah lo.
Aren't you the Hydro Archon? Or is it that you...
Indemnitium! Yes! It's all because of Indemnitium! All Archons derive their power from the faith of the people, and thus did I give up all of my divine power to provide everyone with energy for their daily lives. Have you ever seen a more magnanimous god?
Isn't that a huge...
Yeah,
no
matter how generous an Archon can be, how could they give up all their power? Can a god with no power even still be called a god?
Nah lo. Nah lo.
It seems like nobody's buying Farina's excuse.
Hey, come now, everyone. Please don't stare at me as if I was a liar. I'm still the same Farina you knew, right? The one that you loved. Shouldn't you want to?
Wah lo gila, wah lagunya keren sih anjir.
You've got to believe me.
If what the prosecutor said is true, she really has committed a grave offense.
Did she deceive all of us? And all of our parents and grandparents
Enough! That's enough. Tell me then.
Well,
If you have no evidence of another Hydro Archon's existence, nor can you find anyone who can back up their claim to be such, then what grounds have you to say that I'm not actually the real deal?
Wow, she came up with yet another argument.
Kalau tidak bisa buktikan bahwa dia bukan Archon, yang tinggal buktikan saja bahwa dia cuma manusia. Kalau dia cuma manusia, oke. Oh ya. Iya. Oke. Gangguan lautan. Bukan ya? Bukan, Cok. Yang mana ya? Ini kah? Oke, bukan juga deh. Oh, bener dong.
Since you insist on claiming to be a god and not a human, then there's a method that you can use right here and now to eliminate all suspicions of you being the latter.
Miss Sylvia, please apply to serve as a temporary attorney for the prosecution before addressing the court.
Tapi tolong patuhi peraturan prosedur yang berlaku. Gila nih kelet. Nah lo si Agung lo. Kan?
Super sorry, Monsieur Chief Justice. Now, I've brought some seawater from Poisson. As everyone knows, a massive flood struck the area not long ago, taking many lives.
Okay.
Including those of some of my closest friends. So, Miss Farina, would you dare to touch some of this seawater?
Gila.
That you are indeed the real Hydro Archon. Touching this seawater would have no effect on you. All it should do is strengthen your case. But if you don't dare to touch it, then we would have basically proved the reverse. Oh, and I must remind you that after the disaster at Poisson, nobody wants to see any more people dissolve. I do hope you'll act prudently and choose the simpler path of admitting guilt.
Navia from the Spina di Rasula. The Spina has governed Poisson for many years. I guess.
If Lady Farina is indeed just a human, she's probably Fontanian like all the rest of us. Would she really dare?
Berani tidak ya pegang air itu? Nah lo. Ini dia turun dong. Oh shit. Ada ungu-ungu di atas.
Lady Farina, this test has been unilaterally proposed by the prosecution. As it falls outside the realm of
Anda memiliki hak untuk menolak.
You possess the right to decline participation.
Oke.
Well, of course.
Tapi kalau dia tolak,
but refusing to
tapi kalau artinya iya dong. Nah lo.
She's just staring at the water without saying a single word.
What's going on? Is she really planning to?
Due to the inherent risk of the test, Lady Farina, you may.
Hey! Oh?
I'm fine. Look at me, everyone. Will you believe me now? I really am your Archon.
Miss Siegewing, if you're present, Miss Siegewing, please.
Siegewing? Don't be nervous. It'll just take a few seconds.
Nah lo, kenapa ini?
See? That should be enough.
Please announce the results of your evaluation to the court.
As everyone doubtlessly saw, Miss Farina was displaying symptoms of hyperventilation and flushed skin. These indicate that she was experiencing the adverse effects of exposure to primordial seawater. The extent to which she was affected is the same as other humans when exposed to primordial seawater of a similar concentration.
Oh, dia bukan Fontanian kah?
Lady Farina, you may return.
Oh wait, what did she just say? I didn't get dissolved. Shouldn't that be enough to prove my innocence?
Well, considering your tendency to run from your problems, we did originally prepare a direct sample of the seawater around Poisson. However, after extensive discussion, we exchanged it for a sample that is not concentrated enough to dissolve an actual human. We don't want anyone else to lose their life to the sea.
Yeah, so out of regard for Farina's life, you secured a low-concentration sample and asked the head nurse to serve as an expert witness. It's a great thing that the direct sample wasn't actually used. Farina could have...
I can't believe... You...
Nah lo. Tapi bukannya dia sudah menyerah dari dulu. Nah lo. Kenapa sih? Ada apa sih dia nih?
Looks. What happened just now didn't prove a single thing. Think about it. How can you conclusively prove that
Kenapa kalau
Archon
ketahuan
can
gitu loh?
also be affected by the primordial seawater?
Apa yang terjadi kalau ketahuan? Apa karena kalau udah ketahuan primordial seawater ya bakalan malah terus naik gitu?
Also, if I was really just a human, why would I dare to just put my hand in that kind of water?
Oh, shit.
Please, everyone, anyone, just listen to me. I swear, I really am your Archon.
No. No. Kenapa sih? Kalau ketahuan itu kenapa gitu loh? Dia tuh kayak
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. The odds are just too stacked against her now.
With all the things that have been said, Paimon doesn't think there's any way.
I believe the time for arguments and presentation of evidence has come to an
gila.
end. If there
Keren
are no
amat tadi tuh yang gelah.
we will move on to the final judgment.
Duk. Gila, itu gue demen banget dah ya. Karakter-karakter yang megang tongkat tuh. Keren aja. Nah, kan? Apa ini? What the hell? Oh shit. No.
In my capacity as Chief Justice, I shall now render judgment on Farina's misrepresentation of herself as the Archon of Fontaine. As a human who knowingly deceived her fellow citizens, Farina is guilty.
Bersalah. Nah lo, pecah tuh, apa aja yang pecah tuh? Topengnya pecah kah? Oh shit. Anjir.
We shall now turn to the oratrice mécanique d'analyse cardinale to render the final verdict on the charges.
Itu nangis loh dia loh tadi barusan. Oh my god, apakah? Oh, gua ngerti. Yang di ramalan apa sih yang di ramalan itu yang di dinding gini nggak sih guys? Kan yang dua terakhir tuh Furina ya. Di ramalan itu ya. Oh, gue ngerti aja. Di ramalan itu Furina itu kan jatuh tuh kayak ke dalam air sama orang-orang, diputerin sama orang-orang ya. Terus di yang gambar keempat dia nangis tuh. Nah, jangan-jangan ini lagi. Oh, gue ngerti nih. Jadi cara nggak langsung kita malah ngikutin. Wait. What? Kita ngikutin takdir kah? Jadi jangan-jangan Furina selama ini memasukkan dirinya agar tidak memenuhi takdir tersebut kah? Wait.
According to the judgment of the oratrice
jadi selama ini
cardinale, Farina is.
Yeah.
Well, what's wrong? What's the oratrice's verdict?
No, the oratrice also displays a guilty verdict.
Jadi jangan-jangan selama ini. Wait. Oh, pantas dia sampai nangis, Cok. Dia sampai nangis. Taruh. Oke, kita lanjut dulu. Kerja bagus Mude. Kerja bagus Mude ini.
The exact wording of the verdict is thus: the Hydro
Archon is guilty
to be punished via the death sentence.
The
Nah,
death
lo.
sentence?
That's actually one of the available sentences? I've always thought that it was just a myth.
The one and only time the death sentence has been handed out at the court, and it's been given to the very person we've worshipped as the god of justice?
Farina's been sentenced to death by the oratrice? We just wanted to use the trial to show her the seriousness of things so she'd tell us the truth.
This outcome is indeed quite strange. According to Fontaine's current definitions of justice, as well as its recommendations for criminal sentences, Is this sentence really appropriate for the crimes that have been committed?
Nah lo. Di putusannya tertulis Archon Hydro bukan Furina.
Not only is Furina's sentence overly excessive, the very point of our trial today was also to prove that Furina has never been the Hydro Archon in the first place. But now, the oratrice seems to have deliberately invoked the title of the Hydro Archon.
Nah lo. Nah lo.
Excuse me, if I may interrupt. Is the trial still...
Fremine! You finally made it. I assume this means you've completed your mission?
Mm-hmm. Any mission
Oh shit.
Is that the first
Oh itu dia tabletnya. Apa itu tabletnya itu? Gue ngelihat ada ini ya, apa sih namanya ini yang hydro terbang itu, kupu-kupu. Terus ada ada orang di tengah. Ada cewek di sini. Ini kita bisa Archon ya, kemungkinan. Terus ada orang-orang di belakang dan lain sebagainya, ada air. Apa maksudnya?
I looked everywhere and finally found it at the bottom of the sea. But has the trial already concluded? Then...
Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Fremine. Please allow me to review the...
Oh no. Apa
Traveler,
ini?
I believe that you have already seen the other existing slates.
Saya naik kemarin untuk memastikan kebenaran isinya. Oke, kita lihat ya. Ini tablet. Tablet apa ini?
I believe I've now made sense of the Hydro Archon's crime. It has to do with Fontaine's lost history.
Oke, kejahatan Archon Hydro sudah jelas ada hubungannya dengan sejarah Fontaine yang terlupakan.
Isn't the Hydro Archon just guilty of deceiving her people? Oh, wait, no, that's Furina, and we've already proven that she's not the Hydro Archon. So when you say Hydro Archon, do you mean the real...
In truth, everything that you've encountered in Fontaine up until this point can be traced back to the contents of these stone slates.
Oh, okay.
However, I'm uncertain as to how much sense they currently make to you.
Okay.
Coba apa hubungannya?
The contents of the other 3 stone slates.
Oke. Kamu bisa menemukan skenario hubungan dalam isi tablet batu pada kejadian tercatat dan ini itu. Kamu bisa membuktikan kebenaran dari sana. Air mancur pada halaman akan meningkat. Setelah selesai melakukan buktian semua tablet batu, proses pembuktian akan dianggap selesai. Oke. Gila, kejadian nyata yang berhubungan dengan ramalan di tablet batu. Apa tuh?
It seems to show the previous Hydro Archon using her divine power, and then the Oceanids turn into humans.
Hah? Sesuai sama omongan kamu barusan, Archon Hydro dulu pakai kekuatan dewa, terus Oceanid berubah jadi manusia. Oke.
Fontanians are transformed Oceanids?
Oh.
I wasn't expecting that. But if Oceanids can turn into humans, then perhaps this process can be reversed as well. The second stone slate shows Celestia floating in the sky, and the Hydro Archon and her people worshipping it together. But the heavens still burn.
Oh, I see.
This must be the point when the Hydro Archon and the Fontanians were branded with their original sin. Does this mean that the original sin and the Hydro Archon sin are the same thing? The third slate shows the Hydro Archon sinking into the sea surrounded by many people. That reminds Paimon, didn't we also watch that happen to someone else? Well, the fourth slate is the prophecy the Fontanians have been talking about. People dissolving into the sea, the Hydro Archon crying on her throne, and so on. We didn't believe that such a crazy disaster could happen at first, did we? But after that incident,
itu udah terjadi loh. Kejadian nyata yang berhubungan dengan ramalan di tablet batu ramalan. Inilah. Bukan ya? Menggambarkan kalau ada yang menggunakan kekuatannya untuk mengubah saya menjadi manusia. Apaan sih? Oh, ini nih.
We know from the case of the serial disappearances of young women that Fontanians can be dissolved in primordial seawater. And this might be the reason that Fontanians can dissolve.
Tablet batu pertama memberitahu. Ya, aduh kepencet lagi gua. Ya udahlah ya. Jadi intinya sebenarnya itu Fontaine itu isinya tuh oseanit semua aja. Oke. Bukan ya? Oke. Apa sih? Ini bukan.
It's not as simple as falling into the sea. When Navia fell into the sea, her consciousness was subjected to judgment. The stone slates show the people gathered around the Hydro Archon in the sea. Could that be alluding to the same thing?
Oke. Bukan, ini. Lah. Oh, belum ya?
Perhaps what is about to take place has all happened before. The true sin of the Hydro Archon that Nervalet mentioned, and the original sin cast down on the people of Fontaine by Celestia.
Dilakukan di atas tablet. Oke.
The prophecy from the stone slates found its way into society.
Namun pada awalnya sedikit yang percaya. Oke.
The fortress of Meropide was nearly flooded with primordial seawater, which we know can cause Fontanians to dissolve. If we hadn't dealt with it in time, things.
Okay.
They'll dissolve into the primordial sea, but won't cease to exist. Their essence will flow in the seawater, converge, and take the form of an oceanid. The Hydro Archon was sentenced to death in court, shocking everyone present. Perhaps this means that her sin was actually Fontaine's original sin.
Okay.
Navia fell into the water inside those ruins, and she nearly dissolved. She was surrounded by the people of Poisson in a court within her consciousness, and was forced to take part in a trial meant to make her stay. The eruption of the primordial sea at the fortress of Meropide was the surest. The prophecy's contents can all be verified by recent events. If we combine what we know together, loads of truth.
Damn, gila. Keren sih ini ceritanya sih. Tapi gue masih nggak tahu nih perannya Furina nih ya. Apa ya nih? Kenapa dia keras gitu loh? Dan kenapa di awal-awal dia tuh ngeselin gitu loh?
Let's hear them.
Oke, silakan.
Incredible. Linny, did you hear that?
We're not real humans.
Kita bukan manusia. Lah, emang dia Fontaine? Oh iya, dia Fontainian ya?
Originally created by the late previous Hydro Archon, with oceanids as their basis.
Kebenarannya akan terungkap. Sabar MooDa. Oke.
The evidence for that can be found in how only Fontainians could dissolve in primordial seawater, and how all the girls Vacher dissolved were also turned into oceanids. Oh, and according to Navia, when she was about to get dissolved, she also saw everyone gathered around for a trial, all of them in the shape of oceanids.
Indeed.
Bahwa pelanggaran Archon Hydro adalah menciptakan bentuk Fontaine dari oceanid.
But she probably angered Celestia by creating humans without prior permission. That could also explain why the Oratrice judged the Hydro Archon to be guilty. It's to account for that ancient sin.
Itulah kenapa Oratrice menyatakan Archon Hydro bersalah semuanya karena dosa yang mula-mula itu. Tapi Oratrice ini yang ngebuat siapa gitu loh?
The Hydro Archon's true sin was creating us.
And yet, after many hundreds of years, the Hydro Archon's creations have turned around to try to judge the Archon within the Opera Epiclese.
Dan setelah ratusan tahun berlalu, ciptaan sang Archon berbalik mencoba mengadil Archon di Opera Epiclese. Lika-liku sejarah memang sukar sekali ditebak. Oh, emang itu tetap buatannya Archon ya? Tablet batu ketiga ukuran terbalik dengan yang keempat.
So wouldn't it be trying to show the image of the Hydro Archon also falling into the sea once the prophecy has been fulfilled in the fourth slate?
Harusnya kan gambarnya waktu Archon Hydro jatuh ke laut setelah ramalan digenapi pada tablet batu keempat. Tablet batu keempat adalah ramalan yang kita semua sudah tahu isinya.
The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
Oh walah.
You've made some keen deductions. I must say, given how much you still don't know, it is impressive that you've already managed to connect so many pieces of... However, while you were able to decode all the information on the slates, they've also been etched with an additional... When we were at the ruins, I tried to decipher the hidden information recorded in the slates. But since we only had 3 slates at the time, I was unable to come to a full conclusion. Now that the slate collection is complete, I shall make another attempt to decipher the narrative recorded within. If everything goes...
Ayo, Agung. Jangan random lu. Oke.
Well, did you get it?
I believe I should share this truth not only with you, but with all the people of Fontaine as well. Your hypothesis regarding the origin of Fontainians and the sin of the Hydro Archon were both.
Kamu mengenai asal muasal orang Fontaine dan dosa Archon Hydro keduanya benar.
The previous Hydro Archon sensed the yearning of her Oceanid familiars for life on land.
Oh.
The Oceanids were enamored with the beauty and romanticism of human beings, and wishing to have those experiences for themselves, expressed to the Hydro Archon their desire to become a...
Oh, makanya di event di event kemarin tuh yang jadi event kemarin ada sangkut pautnya juga ya. Ya filler lah ya, event kemarin tuh filler lah ya. Mereka ingin merasakannya sendiri dong, mengungkapkan keinginan mereka untuk menjadi makhluk yang serupa dengan manusia kepada Archon Hydro.
Even though water as an element is intricately linked with the power of life, the Hydro Archon as one of the 7 did not possess the authority to create a new form of
Namun, meskipun air adalah unsur yang erat kaitannya dengan kehidupan, Archon Hydro sebagai salah satu dari The 7 tidak memiliki menciptakan manusia.
She eventually found a way to create permanent humanoid bodies for her familiars by appropriating the power of this planet's primordial sea.
Oh, jadi planet ini punya lautan primordial. Oh, I see.
She poured primordial seawater into the Oceanid's blood vessels, creating humanoid mimics in the process.
Oh. Dia menyisipkan air lautan primordial ke dalam jaringan. Jadi lautan primordial itu mau udah ada ya dari dulu ya. Sebelum Archon pun udah ada dia ternyata.
But if Fontainians were to ever come into direct contact with water from the primordial sea, the power within their bodies would escape these artificial restraints and return to the sea. As a result, their forms would collapse, and they would be reverted to their original forms as Oceanids. Of course, the Hydro Archon never received permission from the heavenly principles to create a new human race.
Ngapain tuh dia barusan? Apa karena gua rata kiri jadi hujannya nggak kelihatan? Tidak pernah mendapatkan izin dari prinsip langit untuk menciptakan bangsa manusia baru.
The Hydro Archon and all of her creations came to shoulder the original sin of appropriating the power of the primordial sea. That is the true history of how the people of Fontaine first came.
Kan mata kiri. Bangke. Oh, itu harusnya hujan ya? Itu harusnya hujan. Soalnya efeknya jelas banget mude. Astaga, rata kiri. Ntar gue nonton di YouTube aja lah.
So we were all Oceanians before we turned into human beings?
That's way too much information for me. I think I'm just going to pretend that I never heard a single thing.
Wait, but if that's the truth, we can't let the Hydro Archon be sentenced to death. After all, her only sin was creating us.
This really might be too much information for your regular Fontainian, but it does answer a lot of our questions.
Alas, your hypothesis regarding the third and fourth stone slates was inaccurate. The slates' respective positions are, in fact, correct.
Tapi, tar dulu. Oke, gue masih bingung ya. Yang membuat itunya terus naik itu apa itu? Yang menyebabkan lautan primordial itu terus apa sih namanya tuh naik gitu loh. Terus apa sih namanya ya? Kayak meluap-luap gitu loh. Apa karena dari takdir atau gimana? Kan kita nggak mungkin dong. Apa yang membuat lautan itu terus meluap-luap gitu loh? Apa karena dosa arkonnya atau gimana? Posisinya sudah benar tuh kan.
A key point of the visual on the third slate is how all the individuals depicted in the water are humans rather than Oceanids.
Nah, gila tablet ketiga sama 4 deh udah bisa ketebak
They
sama
have
gue
not been dissolved, which implies that the water depicted in this slate is not water from the primordial sea. The nation of Fontaine is the nation of Hydro, as well as the nation of Trials. Instead of being the literal element, the water in the sea symbolizes judgment and justice. You may also recall Navia's experience. When she fell into the sea, her consciousness was surrounded by that of many others who intended to hold a trial to determine her fate. Therefore, the meaning of the third slate is that the people of Fontaine shall try the Hydro Archon at the court of justice.
Nah lo, gila nggak?
It refers to our present situation.
I think I'm following now. So, what you're saying is, even though we
tuh kan ramalannya malah terus. Gila, ini emang sebel sih. Ramalan-ramalan ini sebenarnya itulah kenapa ya di dunia ini nggak ada tuh yang namanya bisa melihat masa depan gitu loh. Karena kalau bisa melihat masa depan hancur gitu loh. Sama aja kayak Attack on Titan tuh yang Eren tuh ya, dia bisa melihat segala masa depan. Padahal yang dia lihat masa depannya cuma satu gitu loh. Dia malah ke masa depan itu, padahal dia udah tahu itu yang terjadi, tapi tetap aja ke situ karena nggak bisa diubah gitu kan. Atau dan lain sebagainya lah ya. Keren sih. Ini paradoks sebenarnya.
Has happened exactly as the prophecy foretold.
What should we do?
No matter what, the prophecy will be fulfilled.
If that's the case, does that mean the scene in the fourth slate will...
Traveler, I would like to point out another small fallacy about the fourth slate. You probably thought that the eruption of primordial seawater beneath the fortress of Meripede served as the However, I believe that rather than being a sure sign, that eruption could in fact only be a small warning of something far worse to come. As for the root cause of the catastrophe, I believe you've already encountered it once before.
Okay. Oh, I see. Paus kah?
This eruption was just a small warning of the things to come. We must find the...
Bukan ya? Bencana ya, sepertinya akan bermula dan menyebar dari sini.
It was both dream and reality.
Anjay. It was both dreams and reality. Gila.
The truth, the original sin, the trial. and the root cause of the disaster.
Set. Kok berubah? Holy shit, ada yang retak, cok. Apa ini? Ada apa, cok? Ada suara paus. Oh my god. Nongol dong. Gila. Apaan tuh dikasih gituan doang. Semprot dong, semprot, kocak. C6 dong. Aduh, C0 nih flat gua. Kena basic attack. Langsung gagal semprotannya, guys. C1 lah minimal. Dimakan dong. Yo. Gila. Lagunya. Cok. Damn, child. Gila, dia bertarung ya selama ini di situ ya. Hampir retak loh dia. Tuh. Anjir, dicemenin bangke. Kampret. Harapannya tinggi banget C6. Lah, abisnya tadi kena basic attack sedikit, gagal coba semprotannya. Jelek anjir. Fatu memang kartu as. Pas bet gua, gila ya. Gila. Keren. Anjir, lagunya tuh gila loh pas dia muncul tuh. Child, damn. Keren, child. Udah ngecemenin lagi di akhir-akhir tuh. Lu tuh cupu, men, kata gitu. Kurang ajar, cemenin, cok. Keren ya. Kok bisa gede itu masuk ke gedung? Jangan-jangan itu kan paus yang kamu lihat dari mimpi. Oke.
I understand very well why it has chosen to make an appearance here. That whale does not belong to Tevat. It is a monster that has traversed the stars, weeping all the while. It has been greedily consuming the energy from the planet's primordial sea, using it to grow.
Oh, gitu.
That is the main cause for the rising sea levels. And once it has finished consuming all of the energy contained within the sea, its next step will be...
You said that when the Hydro Archon first created Fontanians out of Oceanids,
dia ngambilin
their blood vessels with primordial seawater.
Sampai dihabisin semua.
That whale finds the blood of Fontanians nigh impossible to resist. Therefore, when it left the primordial sea, it decided to make its next stop a packed opera house full of food. Food in the form of Fontanians.
We just barely managed to push it back, right? In that case, won't it come...
That is correct. Indeed, it is more accurate.
Terima kasih pada Bing itu karena telah mengulur waktu. Tanpanya posisi akan naik ke daratan ini lebih awal. Gila. Cilde yang gua tadi ada Reviver official. Hai juga Riv. Cilde ya. Yang gua jelek-jelekin menyelamatkan loh dia loh. Walaupun kampret juga sih, di akhirnya dicemenin gitu kan.
From the way he looked, he must have been fighting the creature for quite a long time.
Iya loh, anjir, dia pakai wujud listrik kalau itu.
That battle maniac. We've always known that he had a special connection with that whale, but we definitely didn't expect it to help us out like this. Anyway,
tapi kenapa gila, respect buat Tatang, bener, gue respect. Kali ini gue respect, guys. Kali ini gue respect ya. Oke. Terlambat maksudnya?
It had already absorbed too much of the primordial sea's energy before we could notice it. At this point, it has become practically integrated with the sea itself. Even if the entirety of Tevat were to be destroyed, it could still survive, and swim off towards some other world.
Anjir. Jadi itu, Bu.
That's not something I will accept. We've already done everything we can, and we even found the true culprit. We've come so far. You can't just tell me that the last hurdle is some impossible foe.
Gila. Gue gak ngantuk, guys. Apa-apaan nih? Tumben banget nih gue cerita Genshin gak ngantuk tuh. Aneh gitu.
I'll fight it to the end, no matter what.
Nggak usah ngomong ya, Klorin ya. Ini si Deduk lagi ngeteh kali ya. Ada apa ini di atas ini? Aku ngeteh aja dulu gitu. Yang di atas ngeliat paus segede gaban.
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history.
Deduk nyantu ya, Deduk. Kan Deduk, guys. Deduk mah di bawah aja ya kan. Aduh, gue minum teh aja gue di bawah gitu. Di atas pada teriak-teriakan gitu kan. Tunggu, kalau urusannya sama takdir, oke.
Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives
di
of the
pelosok yang
gods.
tidak kelihatan oleh mata dewa.
Ultimately,
Oke.
fate shall serve as your only guide.
Oke. Digenapi, tapi ada cara untuk menyampaikan semua orang, oke. Ini orang pinter amat ya. Apa rahasianya? Ini si MooDa pinter banget, Cuk. MooDa, Cuk. Perasaan yang mainin gak pinter-pinter amat. Oke. What happened?
What's happening with the oratories?
I believe it is preparing to carry out the death sentence.
Farina!
Dia ngomong. Anjir, dia setiap dia ngomong gua kaget gitu loh.
No, I still need answers.
Ayo, cepet loncat. Nah, gitu dong. Oke, what happened? Si Agung diem doang gitu loh. Oke. Gung, aduh nggak guna si Agung, astaga. Yang lari sih itu gitu. Dicemenin wajar sama Tatang sih. Apa sih Agung? Agung lagi kena salah, gila. Gung, kan naga nih gitu kan. Bisa gak itu loh. Astaga si Agung, Cok. Oke, ini apa ini? Oh, who are you? You? Okay, sorry, beda.
Sorry. That shocked expression on your face is just too amusing. I couldn't help myself.
Agung lagi. Iya, naga nih gitu kan, primordial. Aduh.
You are not Farina.
Who are you? Oh, gila. Sorry, keren banget ya.
The sweet sound of bewilderment. Marvelous. A sure sign that my attempt to deceive everyone was a resounding success. But to answer your question, I am Fossalor. You know.
Fossalors. Oh, namanya Fossalors ya. Kira gue Vokalor aja. Fossalors, guys. Bagus kagetanmu berarti. Bagus kekagetanmu berarti aku berhasil menipu semua orang. Bukankah sudah jelas kalau aku ini sang Arkon, Vokalor? Fossalors.
Why did you deceive us?
Kenapa menipu kami?
That wasn't my goal, of course. Goodness no. But I had to fool everyone else too, if I was to stand any chance of deceiving.
Aku bukan bermaksud nipu kalian sih. Yang mau aku tipu itu prinsip langit. Oke.
Heavenly principles.
It's all because of that pernicious prophecy. Dreadful, wasn't it? Everyone doomed to dissolve. Fontaine condemned to be flooded.
Makan MooDa sambil makan. Udah tadi gue udah makan. Maksudnya ramalan merapatkan itu nyusahin kan? Yang semua orang larut, fonten banjir, air bah katanya. Rata. Maksudnya panggungnya harusnya biar lebih bagus tuh ada gunungnya, ada rumputnya gitu loh. Biar ketahuan lebih berarkon-arkon gitu loh. Ada airnya. Masa kayu doang? Waktu pendahuluku Ergeria melemparkan ramalan itu ke aku, ya rasanya repot sekali kan. Ntar dulu, gue nggak ngerti nih. Waktu pendahuluku Ergeria melemparkan ramalan itu ke aku. Oke. Jadi dia ini si ini kan, si Furina kan?
And as one of the seven, she also knew full well that one defies the heavenly principles at one's peril. So yes, as you have no doubt surmised, it was a rather impossible situation that I found myself in. I spent a terribly long time mulling it over, alone on the ocean floor. And I was almost growing barnacles by the time I finally realized I had to outwit the heavenly principles.
Maka jika ramalan itu digenapi dengan cara menipu prinsip langit. Oke.
Ostensibly at least.
Dia vokaler bang, dia arkonnya. Terus si Furina apa tuh? Guys, semua orang akan selamat bahkan jika ramalan itu digenapi dengan cara menipu prinsip. Oke.
I know. I can only assume that's why Egeria chose me as her successor. Although, looking back now, it was hardly the inheritance one dreams of. Between the
tugas Arkon Hydro bahkan sampai dosa karena menciptakan manusia baru. Oke.
But one can only play the hand one is dealt. I did not choose this. Anymore, I chose to be one of her Oceanid familiars.
Jadi dia itu Oceanid juga.
Transformed into a human by Egeria's hand.
Yes, I was. I always dreamed of becoming human. And I still do, even now. In my eyes, to be human is to be part of the greatest opera ever known. After becoming a god, I separated my divinity from my body and spirit, leaving behind only a self that was as naive and bewildered as my past self on her first day.
Setelah menjadi dewa, aku memisahkan kuasaku dari tubuh dan jiwaku, meninggalkan diri yang naif dan bingung seperti diriku di masa lalu ketika pertama menjadi manusia. Oh gitu. Terus jiwanya kemana?
The me you see before you now is that divinity. And the human counterpart I left behind, I named Furina.
I see.
She could feel joy, sorrow, and everything in between. She could be as vain and conceited, or as meek and vulnerable as she wished. Her strengths were of a kind only a human could possess, as were her shortcomings. But in my eyes, Furina's humanity was what made her perfect. She was perfectly human in every way. The person I always wanted to be.
Vokaler mending nggak usah jadi kayak Furina, bisa nggak gitu kan? Udah gini aja cukup. Satu aja udah susah gitu, apalagi dua. Udah bener gitu ya. Jangan kayak Furina please. Udah cukup gitu ya. Dia kata vokaler Furina adalah manusia ideal. Lu belajar di mana sih? Dia udahlah. Kita lanjutlah. Oke.
Part of the plan, of course. The plan to deceive the heavenly principles.
Oke.
Do you still remember the final scene of the prophecy? The Hydra Archon alone, weeping on her throne. In order that the prophecy might appear fulfilled, I invited Furina to be an actress. to play the part of the Hydro Archon in the prophecy. Under the curse I placed on her, so long as
dia tidak bisa mati, tapi dia juga tidak akan pernah bisa menikmati kebahagiaan sejati sebagai manusia.
But nor was she free to live her life.
Jahat ya, pekalor ya.
Instead, she was forced to take the stage in the opera house, to embrace the role of leading lady, to forever play the part of the god from the prophecy, all to create a deceitful appearance of that prophecy coming to pass. I suppose now you probably understand why your court is called the Opera Epiclese.
But Farina is only human, isn't she? Even though she has had a long life, her mind is no stronger than that of any other ordinary human being. I cannot begin to fathom what she has had to endure.
It has indeed. And although she is, in a sense,
ada kesempatan, tentunya aku perlu minta maaf pada diriku sendiri.
I most definitely owe her an apology for it. It's been 500 years. And all along,
gila,
she's been playing her part in the most unimaginably long, unbearably lonely, and agonizingly painful opera of all time.
Adalah satu opera yang sedih, yang sepi, sedih dan tidak berkesudahan. Gila. Oh my god. Lah, si Kuyang apa ini? Tunggu, apa ini alam bawah sadar Furina? Nah, ini dia. Aku kesini untuk mendapat jawaban. Sebenarnya tidak boleh disia-siakan. Coba aku bicara dengannya. Oke. Tenang MooDa, ntar kita berdiskusi bersama. Oke. Ungu-ungu di atas ada nggak guys? Ungu-ungu guys. Ya udah lah ya, kita lanjut dulu aja di jam setengah 12 nih. Furina. Gila loh, dia 500 tahun bertahan loh.
Oh, who permitted you to come onto the stage? Now, I understand your admiration for my august self, but all right, it is not my intent to reprimand you. There is no need to state your name. Just be off with you. Do not distract me from my performance. Oh,
biarkanlah panggung menjadi gelap, tolong, walau hanya untuk sesaat. Wah, dia mau keluar sebenarnya dari perannya. Udah capek dia sebenarnya tuh.
I am Focalor. The eyes of countless Fontanians are upon me. I must at all times display the utmost elegance and nobility.
Oke. Ampun, dia masih memainkan peran Archon Hydro. Gila. Oke. We need to find way, man. We need to find way. Gila loh. Oke, kita matiin, guys. Kita siram biar konslet. Oh, nggak bisa ya. Oh, nggak bisa.
Dear audience, the performance is experiencing a technical difficulty, but worry not. The guards shall resolve it soon enough.
Water jet!
Let's light it up!
Wind strike!
Furina, sadar woi, gitu kan. Udahlah. Lu tuh aja manusia biasa, men.
What gives? The audience is still watching me, you know. Guards? Wait, where are the guards? Guards!
Wah, gila. Apa-apaan ini, men? Gue cuma ngasih tahu Mude, lu mau party kayak gini kuat gak lan? Paus ntar kuat lah. Oke. Soal itu aku seperti dapat sinyal, itu suara aslinya kah? Tiket kok bisa ada di sini? Wah gila. Wah, kita harus jadi penontonnya, Cuk. Adegan 1 di hadapan cermin Furina. Wah gila, lagunya keren sih. Bisa lari? Oh nggak bisa. Oh shit.
Farina.
Okay.
Huh? Who's that? Who's calling me? Where?
Be not nervous. Be not afraid. I am before you.
Okay.
Wait a moment. You're near me? How can this be?
Mirror you, huh? You know what? That's not bad. Let's go with that.
Mirror me? What do you wish to say?
The prophecy. Have you heard of it?
What prophecy?
Okay.
Wait. I know. I think. I don't know why, but it's in my head somehow. The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne. Only the—
Oh.
Okay.
Very good. You know it well.
What's going on? I can't
Aku
seem
tidak
to
ingat
remember
apapun, cuma ramain dia pasti akan
anything
terjadi.
clearly.
Sungguh.
Yes, it will. And that is why
Shit,
I've
man.
come to you. Disaster will come to Fontaine sooner or later. Things will develop just as the prophecy declared. There is no escaping it.
But
Okay.
doesn't that mean everyone will die? I'm a Fontainian just like them. Will I dissolve too?
Oh, don't worry. Magical meetings exist in this world precisely to give people a chance to turn things around. It is the reason why you met me today. I will tell you how to save everyone, but you may have to suffer somewhat.
Oh, so there's still hope after all. Goodness, you frightened me. You spoke so much and with so much certainty. As for the suffering, well, I will admit that the first thing that came to mind was,
Gila loh, dia
why
tuh.
do I have to be the one to suffer? But if the prophecy will come true, I'll also die anyway, right? So if I've already met you as my magical meeting in this world, if there were scales, with all the people of Fontaine on one side, and my pain on the other, is it not obvious where the scales should tilt?
Kalau ada timbangan satu sisi isinya semua orang Fontaine dan yang sebelahnya penderitaan dan rasa sakit ke seseorang, sudah jelas dong mana yang lebih berat.
You truly are the perfect human, my ideal. I suppose this would also be the justice that belongs to you.
Huh?
Don't worry,
Okay.
it's nothing. Listen well. Fontaine has just lost its Hydro Archon. I need you to play a role, that of the new Archon.
Shit.
A god?
That's right. You must begin a never-ending masquerade. You must never let anyone suspect your identity. If you can keep it up, then I shall have my way of defying this prophecy. But should your identity be revealed, then all hope will be lost.
Jika kamu berhasil, maka aku akan punya jalan untuk melawan ramalan ini. Jika kamu gagal, maka semua harapan akan lenyap bersama dengan terungkap menjadi dirimu. Oke?
How will I do this? A human assuming the role. Don't worry. What you must do is not to turn yourself into a real god. You simply need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Being a human yourself, I'm sure you already know what such an entity would be like. Remember, your true challenge will not be pursuing divinity, but contending against humanity.
I'm still not sure I understand, but...
Berani juga nih Furina.
How long am I to accomplish this mission?
Kamu harus diam di atas panggung untuk waktu yang sangat lama. Kamu akan bertahan dan tidak akan bertambah tua sebelum tugas ini selesai.
You will endure and not grow old until your task ends. But I promise you, all will eventually end in a magnificent and dramatic trial, and everyone will be saved.
A trial?
Okay.
Huh. How exciting.
Oh, jadi si Kuya emang dia suka sama ini ya. Adegan 2, pidato pengangkatan Furina. Oke. Mana itu gua? Kok nggak ada? Di bawah situ kah? Nggak ada si Kuya. Oke, kita ke situ guys. Gak bisa lari. Oh my god. Anjir, dia meranin ini doang sendiri, literally gitu loh. Gak ada yang tahu.
The Maison Cardinalise has announced my accession, but this is my first time facing the people.
Literally anjir, dia meranin ini sendiri ya. Ini keren sih penggambarannya sih, sendiri ini. Dia doang yang tahu kan gitu intinya.
What should I say to most appear like a god? To be honest, ladies and gentlemen, good evening and welcome to the Opera Epiclese. I'm sure you've all heard about how I have taken on the role of Hydro Archon. Indeed, I am Verena de Fontaine, your new Archon.
Tunjukkan ketulusan.
I know little about becoming a nation's new god, but it will be my honor to guide you all. As the god Fosalor, the god of justice, I shall do all within my power to lead you into an age of fairness and justice. Once again, thank you all for coming. If you should have any questions or suggestions, please send them to the Maison Cardinalise. The future
Masa depan konten dari tangan kita bersama, oke.
I thought I might stammer, but thankfully I was able.
That's the new Hydro Archon. Is this some kind of joke by the Maison? I would have thought that a being that surpasses humanity would be a bit more assertive.
Nah, kan disinilah yang gue bilang naif ya. Furina itu naif. Dibilang sama orang gini dia harus begini, di orang sama ini dia harus begini, gitu loh. Tegas tuh kan di situ, dia harus tegas gitu. Tuh minta saran. Nah dari situ dia nggak bakal minta saran lagi, dan dari sini gue harus tegas, gitu didengerin.
Shouldn't gods be all powerful? She's being so modest. What's the difference between her and an ordinary person then?
Naif gitu loh. I see.
If you ask me, perhaps the succession didn't actually happen. She might just...
Wait, what's going on? Why is everyone suspecting me of being a fake? Right. Mirmi said that I just need to play the role. Calm down, Verena. Think. What do the people... Assertive, with a strong sense of presence. One who can dispel all... Oh, very good, my people.
Damn.
Only one
Damn. I see. Harusnya kayak gini sih. Tapi inilah ya indahnya gitu loh, bagus ya gitu loh. Makanya orang pada benci Furina tuh gimana anjir, itu aneh guys. Furina itu tuh lugu gitu loh, dia tuh lugu. Dia tuh lugu, hanya orang yang gak tahu apa-apa. Aduh. Dan orang awal-awal udah ngebenci dia gitu, kayak lu yakin ngebenci dia tuh nggak bisa dibenci guys gitu loh. Dia hanya seseorang yang tiba-tiba disuruh tiba-tiba mempunyai sebuah kekuasaan, kan yang gue bilang di awal ya, di video gue awal, mempunyai sebuah kekuasaan tapi dia masih naif, dia nggak tahu apa yang dilakukan gitu loh. Jadi apa ya, jadi tuh ya gitu gini loh, tiba-tiba diangkat Arkon, dia nggak punya kekuatan Arkon, terus dia harus pura-pura jadi Arkon, like gila gak sih? Wah, gitu men. Makanya orang tuh benci sama Furina tuh aneh. Gue tuh kayak yakin lu ngebenci dia tuh cuman naif gitu loh, dia nggak tahu apa yang harus dilakuin gitu doang sih yang gue dapetin dari pertama kali ketemu ya. Akhirnya ketahuan kan. Setuju, bahkan dia nggak punya vision bang tuh. Gila nggak? Gila cok. Kayak anjir. Kayak orang bisa ngebenci dia tuh gimana men? Dia tuh hanya naif, dia nggak tahu apa yang dilakukan gitu loh. Ya. Gila.
It seems that you would all see right through them. Having passed my test, you are qualified to witness wondrous trials.
500 tahun loh dia kayak gini men. 500 tahun loh ini. Setengah abad loh dia kayak gini, Cok.
You may consider my previous act a door gift of sorts. I thought it was a Now then, let us...
so that was just a performance. How could I have forgotten that we were inside an opera house?
Man.
It's quite shocking. I suppose it's a better look than before. Such a fascinating and bold deity. How wonderful.
Emang konten ini juga bangke sih ya. Konten ini aja juga keselin sih.
It seems I've turned them around. Best follow this flow and restart my accession speech. My dear people, whether you
emang kampret juga sih. Udahlah, itu aja lah. Apa sih namanya, biarin ini tenggelam lah gitu kan. Di video-video yang lalu gue juga gitu ngomongnya gitu. Biarin aja lah tenggelam lah Fontanian. Nggak guna juga. Kemarin aja pas trial si Lini nggak jelas gitu loh, ngapain coba. Aduh, makanya udahlah tenggelam lah gitu. Karena nggak guna juga gitu loh. Fontanian tuh astaga. Aduh, kocak anjir. Gara-gara Fontanian ya, orang satu ini dia harus berpura-pura selama 500 tahun gitu loh. Fontanian kurang ajar, Fontanian. Kurang ajar guys, Fontanian guys. Dia Arkon Hydro berdosa, gue baru ngerti ya. Baru ngerti gue kenapa dia berdosa, sangat-sangat berdosa. Menciptakan orang-orang seperti Fontanian ini gitu kan. Gak guna.
The scales of justice should not weigh heavy in the hands of its God. On one side, it must carry fairness and justice.
Okay.
And on the other, praise and applause. May law be the prayer on our lips. May judgment be our worship. Let us light the fires and drink to the future of Fontaine. There is no trouble in this world that justice cannot solve. All that is needed is for you, my people, to believe in it, heart and soul. So long as I, the Archon Focalor, stand within the Opera Epiclese, so long as I stand before the oratrice, I shall even judge the gods of this world.
Gila. Kan Fontanian emang kurang ajar, Fontanian gitu. Emang pengen drama. Ini Fontanian nih mirip guys, pakai pengen tenggelam gitu loh. Ini mirip nih sama sebuah negara di bumi bulat ya. kalau misalkan nih ya, ada orang yang misalkan lagi ada ini penyerangan bom bunuh diri gitu loh. Bukannya dijauhin malah dideketin gitu. Demen drama, ada tuh negara di bumi bulat tuh ya. Ada tuh kayak gitu negaranya. Nah, negaranya itu punya satu nih ya, satu kota pengen tenggelam juga gitu. Ada tuh guys, di bumi bulat gitu aja sih kalau gua. Mirip nih. Aduh, astaga. Gedung Opera. Oke, Furina. Oke, kita maju guys. Ada apa nih guys?
Lady Furina, here are today's case reports as well as a summary of the follow-up for your perusal.
Okay.
Come now. Was I not just at the opera house in person? Leave these kinds of things to Neuvillette. Besides, none of these trials were the one that I'm looking forward to the most.
If I may be so impertinent, what kind of trial?
A magnificent, dramatic, and wondrous trial. A trial to end all things.
That's true. I fear I lack the ability to grasp your divine thought, Lady Archon.
No need for fright, and do not take what I said before too seriously. Go now.
Bener banget tuh bang, orang lagi baku tembak dia juga malah nontonin dengan santunya. Iya kan, ada guys, emang demen drama aja gitu. Ada tuh guys, orang-orang di bumi bulat maksud gue. Ada tuh kayak gitu juga gitu. Janganlah gentar, ya dapat pemikiran perkataanku urusan terlalu dalam. Pergi lakukan tugas-tugasmu yang nantikan akan tiba saatnya suatu nanti. Oke. Gila loh, dia 500 tahun loh bertahan loh. Hebat ini dia nih. Kalor nih.
Lady Furina, I don't know what to say.
No need to thank me. Or rather, thank your own sense of perseverance instead. Long have you... Oh, I'm afraid that's just an... All right. Deuteria, is it? How is your son's illness?
Dia ini dari tadi kita ngeliatin dia sandiwara sendiri gitu loh, literally. Nggak ada yang tahu gitu loh. Ya udahlah, gue ngemban aja udah sendiri nih sandiwara yang gue lakuin gitu kan.
You remembered me, and you knew of my family too.
Tuh, dari tadi sendiri, cuman kedengaran suara gitu-gitu. Ya udah, dia memainkan panggung di atas dia sendiri gitu loh. Karena yang lain ini nggak ada yang bersandiwara, cuman dia doang yang bersandiwara, intinya gitu. Tuh, makanya nggak ada orang selain dia, karena ya udah dia doang yang bersandiwara sebenarnya. Yang lain tuh ngikutin kehidupan ya kan, bermain, bercanda, makan, tidur. Dia doang nih makanya di panggung ini gitu maksudnya guys. Gila nggak? Keren anjir.
Oh, good. Very good. If this should happen again in the future, please do not hesitate to come and tell me. Going.
You're such a gentleman.
Keren. Sejauh ini bagus sih guys. Tapi udah jam 12 nih. Ngeri juga nih gue nih. Besok gue kagak bangun lagi.
Lady Furina, here are the latest hydrological reports. As for the specific parameters you asked to take note of,
tanggung bang, bener dah, makanya bahaya juga nih ya. Saya kawal keadaannya.
It's as I thought then. As your god, I did already expect this, but I want all manner of signs indicate that the prophecy will still come to pass. Forget it.
Well, as I understand it, the Fontaine Research Institute...
Really? Have they found anything?
I'm afraid that they haven't found any effective...
Okay.
Is that so? Well, no wonder. This issue has reached...
Seorang manusia biasa disuruh jadi dewa gitu kan. Terus lucunya disuruh jadi dewa tuh bukan literally lu jadi dewa ya udah sono deh bersenang-senang, enggak, anjir dikasih tanggung jawab.
But it's good to see that everything's getting on track. Maybe this is fine. I just... Alright.
Masih ada hari esok, masih terus lanjut, gila.
Lady Farina, here are the new trial reports for the latest cases, as well as a summary of the follow-up.
There'll be no need for that. I've seen them.
Terus ngulang-ngulang terus.
Waited so long.
Indeed, my dear loyal citizen. This joyous moment is an honor for us both.
Beda ininya dong. Lah.
Lady Farina, we're detecting significant hydrological anomalies near Poisson.
Understood. Keep monitoring. Keep me informed should...
Jadi rambutnya pendek, Jir.
I don't think I let anything slip today. I just don't know when these days... I feel utterly exhausted.
Gila. Capek men, 500 tahun men, ngulang-ngulang anjir. Gedung opera Furina lagi, gila. Adegan kelima sama ini nih, tuh kan. Itu rambutnya pendek, rambutnya panjang tuh, kok gitu ya? Kenapa itu dia? Apa keenam gedung Furina lagi? Oh enggak. Oh, gila tuh belakangnya tuh. Adegan 182.375.
It's like a dream being able to... I've heard that the first member of our family...
And what a fine... What is it, good citizen?
Capek dia anjir.
Are you crying?
Capek gila. Capek men. Capek men.
Really now? I didn't even notice.
Capek anjir suruh pura-pura dikasih tanggung jawab. Tanggung jawabnya begitu lagi. Setiap hari nyari apa sih, nyari solusi. Malah lama-lama makin hari kok makin nggak ada solusinya. Gila sih, capek sih. Wah, capek gila. Capek sih, wajar sih.
No wonder. A manifestation of your...
Capek gila, gila sih.
So interminable. Hundreds of years must have passed by now. I never imagined. Have I reached my limit? I want to tell someone, anyone, about this. I've conducted so many investigations across the centuries.
Keren anjir. Nggak keren sih, tapi maksudnya dari segi cerita sih. Tuh kan, dari nggak dapet loh. Segelintir harapan loh, nggak ada gitu loh.
All I can do is keep heart. I must maintain this act.
Untung yang di dalam cermin beneran ya. Gila loh. Lu bayangin yang di dalam cermin itu bukan si Pokalornya maksudnya. Cuman apa sih? Kayak dia karena udah gila, akhirnya dia melihat cermin ya. Itu makin parah sih. Maksudnya karena dia udah gila ya, udah capek, terus ngeliat cermin, wah ada diri gua nih, diri gua menyemangati diri gua gitu loh. Dia kayak berhalusinasi gitu kan. itu makin parah sih. Itu makin parah sih. Untung yang di dalam cermin beneran gitu loh. Maksudnya dewanya gitu kan. Coba yang di dalam cermin cuman imajinasi si Furina gitu loh. Itu makin parah sih. Itu makin sedih sih, gila sih.
Although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone, your people are more than willing to share your burden with you.
share that's impossible.
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, you can still choose to confide in someone. Just share it with me.
A witness. Yes, I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here. And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator. If that's the case... He's right. I could confide in him, couldn't I?
Tuh kan, beda kan?
But if things don't play out as expected, the people of Fontaine know, Farina. You shouldn't be selfish. But what if it's really alright?
Kayaknya kerja jadi VA-nya sama Lumi nyantai bet, duit ngalir. Iya makanya. Lo semua gue serahin ke Paimon.
Serena,
tapi akhirnya dia ngomong tuh.
For so long. Surely it would be okay to put yourself first for one. Is it such an outrageous thing to do anyway? To find someone, and if you let this opportunity slip through your fingers, it might never come by again.
Ada nggak? Ada. Bentar guys. La 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 la. Oh ini gue tebak dari kunci motor. Kok tahu? Masih nggak ketemu guys. Kemana ya guys ya kunci motor gue ya? Kok hilang anjir? Tadi gue pakai di mana, Cok? Astaga.
Ini Pak nih kuncinya nih.
Di mana tuh?
Nih. Nih. Ini gimana sih?
Ini apa? Bukan. Sue. Terprank, guys. Coba di tas. Enggak ada. Gua nggak pakai tas tadi gua keluar. Gua tadi harus jemput ayah gua. Tapi nggak tahu kemana hilang. Ya udahlah, nggak masalah lah. Biarin aja nanti.
Think about it long and hard.
Kirain gue beneran ketemu anjay. Mana ya? Tuh nggak ada sih, aneh banget. Ya udahlah, biarin lah. Nggak ada mah. Kalau ada mah ada. Makanya singkat outer situ gak ada lagi dah. Maksudnya tau lah, biarin lah, besok aja. Eng ong. Oke, kita lanjut lah ya. Dikit lagi nih masalahnya. Sampai mana tadi? Oh iya, dia mau ngini ya, mau ngaku kah?
I have nothing to say. I am Farina, the Archon of Fun. All you need to do, dear spectator, is to witness my performance.
Oh, dia mau ngomong kayak gitu tadi? Enggak dong, masa sih lu mau ngomong kayak gitu tadi?
Fine.
Oh, dia mau ngomong kayak gitu tadi. Oh, I see. Bahkan tetap ditutupin ya sampai akhir ayatnya ya.
So even Farina doesn't know the truth? You've never once let her in on the full plan?
Yes, it had to be done. To deceive the heavenly principles, you must first deceive yourself. She did very well. If she had let her resolve falter even once in these 5 centuries, Fontaine would have been doomed to the most tragic fate.
Kenapa? Ini tinggalan pause habis ini terus bla 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 dikit kelar, perkara kunci motor hilang, besok jalan kaki kalau nggak ketemu. Nggak, gue ada kunci serep. Santai-santai, gue ada kunci itunya kok. Kayak itu tadi mau masukin motor terus hilang anjir. Ya udahlah ya. Harusnya ada guys. Teledor-teledornya gue tuh di kamar gue gitu pasti. Tapi entah kenapa ini kok nggak ada gitu kan. Soalnya gue naruh sesuatu barang yang bener-bener gue nggak inget, yang gue lupa itu pasti di kamar gue gitu loh. Misalnya gue naruh sembarang aja, misalkan gue sembari ngelihat HP gue naruh gitu di meja gitu kan, karena gue tahu ini di kamar gue, jadi gue rada-rada terledor. Nah ini kayaknya ada di kamar gue nih karena gue nggak inget banget, tapi gue nggak tahu di mana tepatnya. Padahal kamar gue nggak gede-gede banget. Apa kamu udah berurin anjir?
It seems that trusting humanity was the right decision after all.
I believe that I understand how your deception works. But that is only half. How would you build on this foundation to save the people of Fontaine? That is the...
Ah, good. Of course, the Iudex of Fontaine has pinpointed the crux of the issue. I'm sure you've long sensed that the Oratrice is no simple machine.
Nah, ini Oratrice nih, nah ini dia nih.
Its own consciousness. And Lenny did mention that he heard a human voice within the core chamber. It now seems that that person was you, hidden within the machine all along. Am I right?
And then I became one with the Oratrice, taking Fontaine's gnosis with me. Yes. It would seem so, wouldn't it? Alas, your understanding of this device still lacks sufficient depth. In truth, it is no enactor of justice. It is, in fact, a device created to kill the god of justice.
What the heck?
I beg your pardon?
Oh, you have it. And to be more precise,
tapi juga menjatuhkan tahta suci yang ditempatkannya.
Take down the god of justice. It will also take down the divine throne upon which she has been placed.
Okay.
I mean, did you think I would be the sort to enjoy peaceful repose while Farina suffered? My work over these last 500 years has been to constantly accumulate indemnitium within the Oratrice. But really, some have already discovered that only a small fraction of the energy generated by the device was ever used to provide power to Fontaine. The vast majority had to be accumulated to
It was all part of your plan then? Both the trial and the sentence?
Indeed. This power, accrued over 5 centuries, could have sustained Fontainians for millennia had it only been used for that purpose. Almost all of it has now been stored within the
kekuatan yang terkumpul selama 5 abad ini dapat menopang Fontaine untuk ribuan tahun ke depan jika semuanya digunakan hanya untuk itu saja, tapi seluruh kekuatan disimpan dalam Oratrice.
Only power of this magnitude could hope to destroy the Hydro Archon's divine throne. Shaking the rules established by
menggoyahkan aturan yang ditetapkan Celestia dan menghancurkan institusi yang disebut The Seven. Oh gitu.
So the Oratrice's call for death was for neither Farina nor Focalor, but for the Hydro Archon.
Oh maksudnya tatahnya ya yang mau dihancurin.
If I do not misunderstand your intent, you must be.
Dengan menghancurkan tata suci itu berarti tujuanmu, jika aku tidak salah paham, adalah Noxis.
To return the authority of the Hydro Archon to the Hydro Dragon of this planet.
But
tapi dia mati gitu maksudnya, apa gimana sih?
Oh, what? Getting sad again, are we? The authority of the ancient dragons shall soon be yours once more, O Hydro Dragon Sovereign. And this...
all you've done throughout the years is just so you can sacrifice yourself at the very end.
I've never quite seen it that way, you know. Even now, I'm quite pleased at how well my deception worked.
Dia nangis.
Hydro dragon, don't cry. I must say,
wait, itu omongan yang itu ya? Omongannya si siapa sih, Preminent ya?
Were they not guilty of essentially the same crime?
Lebih sama salahnya, tuh kan?
Egeria stole the power of the primordial sea, and the heavenly principle stole the power you ancient dragons possessed. I, for my part, am the god of justice. And is it not just that your original powers should be returned to you? Speaking of justice, I have always believed that justice lies in the process of pursuing human existence itself.
Aku selalu percaya bahwa keadilan itu tinggal dalam proses manusia mengejar keberadaannya.
The primordial sea's might was Fontaine's original sin. Then, leaving matters of procedural right and wrong aside, the descent of the Fontainians as humans and their right to exist in this world would be Fontaine's original justice.
Okay.
In other words, existence was Egeria's justice, and to me, justice is the continuation of that existence, defying the prophecy.
Jadi keadilan lu bisa diubah-ubah. Intinya segitu ya.
We, whether it be myself or all other Fontainians, have shouldered the burden of this sin for far too long. Iudex Liat, the highest judge in our land. When you regain your full power as an elemental sovereign, what verdict shall you pass upon us?
So when I was invited to the court of Fontaine to serve as Iudex, I see now that
tugas
was your
sebagai
idea
itu
too.
sopenanmu ya. Oh alah.
I now understand the true purpose behind this position. In the beginning, I was uninterested in human existence. But these 5 centuries of living alongside them have gradually brought about mutual understanding between us.
Okay.
And I have even attempted to feel as they feel. You are a devious one, Fussalor. Things being as they are, surely you know that I could never declare them to be guilty.
Asik.
The hour of my execution
CG
is almost here. For the sinner, the curtain call has come. I know I may not sound it, but faced with death, I find myself a little afraid. Perhaps this is one thing both gods and humans have in common. Farewell, Nervalette. I hope you've enjoyed the part you played these 500 years.
Wes, mantap. Keren anjir. Seret. Seret. Mati. Wes, langsung C6 guys. Di plate gue langsung C6 nih. Anjay. Gila papa, gila.
I, Iudex Nuvelet, hereby declare, people of Fontaine, your sins are forgiven.
Enggak ada yang udah habis. Terus si Paus gimana? Enggak habis situ. Habis situ. Ngapain sih? Tahu. Aneh banget. Dengan rusaknya apa ini? Dengan rusaknya tahta Arkon Hydro, maka Arkon sekarang cuma ada 6. Naga Hydro kembali megang kekuatan penuhnya yang diambil Celestia. Yoi.
What just happened?
Was that bright light some sort of misdirection? I have a...
But since we're all still alive and haven't been
It's time to end this. We must mete out punishment to that beast.
Didn't you say just a moment ago?
I have gained the strength sufficient to deal with it. Through certain means, I now have the ability to separate the power of the primordial sea from that creature. We should seize the opportunity to pursue our quarry. Traveler, now that the oratories can no longer function, I require an executor to help me mete out justice. The root of the calamities befalling Fontaine, the beast that enacts the prophecy. Its
all-devouring narwhal.
All-devouring narwhal. Come with me, traveler. The hour of execution has come.
Anjay. Duduk mana duduk? Kayak duduk santai-santai minum teh itu di bawah tanah. Ya ampun. Tududu, 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 tududu. Itu dia tuh si naga. Naga paus maksud gua. Kok naga? Gila, gede banget anjir. Langsung lawan nih. Tar dulu nih, gitu kan. The fuck. Cilde, boleh bantu nggak sih? Gue kayak ginian. Aku sudah yang terbaik untuk memisahkan kekuatan dari pos itu, tapi kalau melihat ukuran mau kita, aku tidak bisa menjangkau sumber kekuatannya. Oke. Cara menyerangnya dari dalam, aku akan memberi sebagian kekuatan naga purba untuk kita sama-sama cari celah. Oke. Gak ada damage. Holy shit. Adore my night. Kena. Ayo. Bennett nih, Bennett guys. Bennett guys. Itu kenapa anjir? Taruh, gue mau baca dulu. Untuk lo bawa MC, kalau enggak kesusahan, soalnya harus bawa penuma atau Osia, kalau enggak dijauhin mati Anda. Weh, GG enggak? Ya, itu emang udah gue kepikiran. Gue kan kayak vokalor gitu kan. Voselor, gue udah memikirkan itu ke depan, men, gitu loh. Jadi lo nggak perlu khawatir. Wih, nanti kita jadi pecok. Kita mendapatkan kekuatan naga. Kekuatan naga. Aku percaya dengan kekuatan naga. Gila, dimakan. Mati ya? Kayak mati guys. Kekuatan naga itu kekuatan naga. Kok dimakan paus gitu sih? Ya mati guys. Kayaknya sampai laptop gua nih. Oh enggak. Anjir. Kena domain expansion anjir, infinity point. Oh my god. Gojo. Oh enggak. Ini domain gua, Cok. Ini domain gua, Cok. Lu berada di domain gua. Ya. Lu tuh berada di domain gua gitu loh. Jauh si kampret. Gak kena si bego. Lu tuh berada di domain gua, men. Lu berada di domain gua. Infinity point nih, guys. Infinity point, guys. Lu tuh berada di domain gua gitu loh. Jebret, gila. Sah. Blue, kita pakai blue. Pakai red. Lu tuh berada di domain gua, men. Yo, ikitenkai. Murio Kusho, gila nggak? Ada anjir. Lu tuh berada di domain gua, men. Sini, men. Lu nggak bisa apa-apa, men. Domain gua, men. Anjir. Domain expansion kita hancur, Cok. Wah, anjir, dihancurin dari luar nih. Ada apa nih? Serangan dari luar kah? Wow, pantas domain expansion kita dihancurin, guys. Udah apain sama dia? Oh, mau dipisahin ya sama lautan primordial ya. Nah lu. Kok habis? Aduh. What the heck? Anjir, dimasukin akuarium dong. Dilempar, Pak. Cilde. Aduh, kasihan gue sama Cilde, anjir. Itu Cilde kenapa, guys? Aman kan? Wih, anjir, musik ya.
Should have been my job, but oh well. It was just supposed to be a short private training session for me. I didn't think that my disciple and my master's pet would start brawling in the meantime.
Aku cuma mau adakan sesi pelatihan pendek, tapi tidak disangka muridku malah jadi bertarung melawan peliharaan guruku.
Actually, I had a feeling that it would happen at some point, but they bumped into one another earlier than I thought. What a blunder. I suppose I'll have to swing my sword 3 million times as penance.
What the heck?
That power. Who are you exactly?
Hyman has an idea. From what she said earlier, it's just that he gave us the impression that she was less talkative.
Ceweknya juga spek on cake. Iya, makanya. Ini on cake banget sih. Cuma kalau dari cerita si Cilde, gurunya itu tipe yang nggak banyak ngomong.
But you, on the other hand, managed to defeat the all-devouring narwhal without using power from beyond this world. So you may speak to me as equals.
Wis, gila. Kita pakai kekuatan dunia ini, men, bisa ngalahin kekuatan dunia lain ya kan? Nah, lo.
I have to agree. It's a strange use of a planet's primordial waters just to raise an all-devouring narwhal. That kind of power is wasted on it. It's not cooperative. It eats too much.
Makanya kelewat rakus. Bahkan muridku masih punya urusan yang lebih penting daripada mengurusnya.
All in all, it fails as a pet.
Miss Skirk?
The point being...
Well, being that this pet almost destroyed an entire nation. So what sort of person is your master? Well, child's master's master.
Oh, right. So you don't know him. Sorry, I assumed you did. His name is Sertologi.
Sertologi siapa? Sopo itu?
I am unfamiliar with that name.
Huh. So Master isn't sufficiently famous. How should I describe
The Fall. The Fall yang mana, guys? Ada yang tahu nggak?
Have you heard of the name The Fowl?
The Fowl?
Still nothing? Well, how about the Visionary?
Oh, si Gold.
Or Gold Rhine Daughter?
Ooh, that one we've heard. granddaughter's part of the Hexen Circle. She's obeyed.
Oh, so you do know that name. To be honest, I also heard all of those names and titles from my master. But I suppose you understand now, yes? My master is like
mereka sama-sama mengejar kesempurnaan. Oh, gitu.
Wait, didn't you also mention a visionary person?
Actually, never mind that. I believe it expedient that the all-devouring narwhal used up nearly all its strength fighting you. Such roiling hydro energies will prove difficult for the planet's deep seas to digest. As such, the fontaine back on the surface has most likely been thrown into chaos. In other words, the prophecy that you've been fretting over should now be in full swing.
What?
Semuanya masuk akal, itu harus digenapi. Kita sudah tahu dan sudah menerima, tapi
Focalor has already managed to deceive the heavenly principles.
Asik. Apa ini?
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only Farina will remain, weeping on her throne.
Bener dong anjir. Tenggelam, Pak.
Only then
hanya setelah itu dosa orang Fontaine akan dipulihkan. Itu hanya sebuah mimpi, enggak? Atau gimana? Apa beneran terjadi banjir? Bener dong banjir. Tapi ada si Deduk ya dengan kapalnya. Oh enggak. Kok dia nggak jadi air? Mana Deduk? Gila Deduk nih. Anjay. Titanic gila, datang-datang. Gila nggak tuh? Terbang anjir. Oh tuh dia si Deduk. Duk, cepet Duk. Anjay. Asik. Nge-lag. Ngapain nih Preminet?
Look, the water's receding.
Mana nih? Si itu. Oh udah gitu doang. Oh gitu doang. Masalahnya chest gue masih banyak guys yang belum keambil. Oh, aman guys. Aman. Aman guys. Kirain gue tenggelam. Chest gua gitu loh. Astaga. Wes, GG ya, Murina. Terbayarkan guys, penderitaan dia 500 tahun anjir. Gak salah sih, pengorbanan lu sih selama 500 tahun men. Selamat Murina. Pahlawan dia guys. Keren. Pahlawan dia anjir. Kenapa itu? Tiba-tiba ada suara tadi. Keren anjay. By the way, Liwe sama Sumeru tenggelam gak ya? Masalahnya kan kalau lu lihat Fontaine itu kan dia tinggi kan daratannya gitu. Ngerti gak sih lo maksud gue? Daratan kan tinggi nih di Fontaine. Ngerti dong kalau lihat dari Sumeru, dia kan tinggi banget tuh. Nah, kalau dia sampai tenggelam sampai di atas ujung doang ya, itunya yang kelihatan dari gedung. Berarti kan secara nggak langsung daratan Sumeru dan daratan Liyue itu kan tenggelam ya. Tsunami, lebih tepatnya tsunami nggak sih kalau yang di itu guys. Apa ini kan dosanya udah dipulihin dan dengan kekuatannya yang udah kembali Agung bisa murniin. Oh gitu.
Old soil can still give birth to new bloom, Miss Navia stated. Hope is like seeing a small cookie when you're starving late at night. Skyship Winglet, BENER brain of the Fontaine Research, the various disputes that have arisen on account of Mr. Edwin. Have settled. People always call the first researcher mad, but few know what to call the second. And should that latter person... Wow! Paimon barely recognizes the people in the reports. Are those really Courier and Navia? They sound like real big shots.
What do you think? Pretty enthralling, huh?
Kan sudah aku bilang storynya ngena ke hati. Widih, ye tamat dan tinggal menunggu Navia. Ye, mari kita rayakan. Kita rayakan dengan jalan-jalan ke Bandung. Masih lama ya. Navia masih lama.
Oh, this time will be different.
Weh, udah kah? Pergi ke Poisong. Oke, kita coba ya. Tanggung guys. Aduh, ini gue 145 juga lagi. Udah mau jam 1 tidur lah gue lah. Kunci motor nih guys, masalahnya guys, kunci motor gue hilang nih. Gue gak tau kemana cu. Di bawah laptop gue kah? Berotak Furina ya, itu Furina tuh walaupun begitu-gitu kuat loh dia mentalnya anjir. Kalau di One Piece dia punya Hosoku Haki itu dia. Kayak 500 tahun anjir. Kayak gitu. Oke. Navia, what's up?
Oh, it's you. What brings...
Hey, we're just having a look...
I'm here to update myself on how things are going here. Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Garunt Snezhevich.
He represented the Knave in sending us a large amount of supplies. Our residents are hard at work as well. Thanks to everyone, work is progressing nicely. We've lost a lot of...
Hello, Miss Charlotte. I'm a big fan of yours. I especially like that art, but if you don't mind, could you not emphasize our role too much in your report? It's not charity we're doing here. We just happen to
I get where you're coming from. We'll keep it as simple as possible.
That would be fine. Thanks.
Oh, you're back too. How are things?
We finished laying down the construction materials. It'll be another hour before the workers are able to go over there.
Huh?
Okay.
You're here too.
Well, her reputation's greatly risen after that whole duel business with Miss Farina. So she's here in Poisson to wait out the heat. All right.
There's too much to consider in the reconstruction of Poisson. The Spina has
Kukira berotak Furina, ternyata berotak Senku, yoi. Betul-betul gue sampai nangis bahkan 2
fase. I do already happen to be connected to Mr. Callis.
Wait just a moment. Do you mind me asking a few questions? You know, about how you felt before the duel, about what it was like.
Forget it. I'm sure you can find a better theme than that.
I see you're the same as always. Couldn't you?
Well, if we're talking about doing things for my sake, you might as well just take a few more photos of me. Or of the traveler.
Of course I will. I'm not gonna let him off that easy. All right, then everyone who wants to be in the photo, gather up.
Kursornya ke kananin dulu guys, biar nggak kefoto. Nah, nggak ada kursor kan? Itu.
Not bad. Your addition really helped the composition of the picture. All right, hang on a moment. Let me snap a few more shots. right, that should do it. I'll be back here later anyway, so let's call it a day.
You're very quick.
Speed is of the essence when it comes to the news. And also, not to brag, but I'm pretty good at building connections. Who knows? Wow, you really...
Okay.
I'll hazard a guess that this is how you got that interview at the Fortress of Meripede.
Whoa, you're well informed. Let me make a guess too. I asked Sijuin, who told Monsieur Nervillet, and he told you, right?
That's a very...
In truth, all Monsieur Nervillet asked me was, when did the I told him that it was best not to speak too soon. There's no guarantee.
You're right. I've got to treasure every moment I have with them.
Stay safe now. And tell...
Oke. Apa ini? Tentu saja walaupun dia biasa saja, dengan story yang bagus macam ini akan membuat MiHoYo dengan mudahnya cuan-cuan. Iya benar. Kambing emang MiHoYo. Bisa aja sih Kuya nih emang. Ini yang mana ya? Di bawah, di atas sini. Oh di bawah. Oke, begini aja deh. Itulah kenapa Furina gameplaynya ngeluarin Pokemon, karena Oceanid kan kekuatannya emang begitu, bukan kekuatan visionnya. Furina dia kan nggak punya vision. Iya sih bener. Iya ya, Furina kalau kita Furina, kita kalau ngelawan Oceanid di Liyue ya, Liyue yang di atas itu kan ngeluarin Pokemon dia kan ya, ngelawannya gitu loh.
We're here again, huh? There's a real nostalgic feel.
Looks like you've been missing us.
Anjay. Ini dia nih yang membuat gua bisa solo spiral abis ya.
Of course. I'm here to welcome you and our dear Miss Charlotte, whom our good head nurse recommended to me.
It's an honor to finally meet the much-rumored Duke. Thank you for consenting to my visit to the fortress, sir.
No need to thank me. But that said, I shouldn't be the focus of your interview.
Tidurnya
I trust you recall our agreement?
Of course, of course.
All right then, this way.
The Duke. Belum ding, saatnya ngabisin resin. Iya, gue mau ngabisin resin dulu nih.
Hey, no need to be so Miss Charlotte.
It would seem that Miss Lorvine doesn't want her face to appear beside that of Mr. Jurier.
Sir, please don't say that.
But it looks like dear Mr. Jurier denies it.
No, I just... This is my first time.
Now, I might not look it, but I actually did meet Mr. Edwin once. And I'll be honest, I enjoyed chatting with you more. The boat that brought about a miracle, the ark that saved the people.
Bahtera menyelamatkan semua orang.
You recreated a myth that... Still, if I might ask...
Huh. Looks like Charlotte's trying to...
I have to apologize, but that ship is presently in the bowels of our factory. I'm afraid it won't be...
Really? Well, then in that case, could I...
You already know my answer, I'm afraid. Best you interview our head nurse instead. Or perhaps you'd...
Did you really have to use the word cup? Well, then, 2 solo photos will...
Is my hair messed up? Please, someone help me have a look.
Things sure are getting pretty lively here. Oh, seems like everyone's here. Would any of you like to try this new drink I came up with?
Ah, Sijuin.
Sijuin.
Hey, Miss Charlotte. Why don't you, sure. Come on, Miss Sijuin. Over this way. Let's find a brighter spot.
Sure. Do I have to smile? So, how have things been at the fortress?
Kocak anjir. Saking gak pernah kesorot media ya. Giliran dipoto pada kaku aja. Ya berdua orang dipoto, auan bingung, dirapi belum gitu. Saking gak pernah kena media gitu loh. Yang tadi si Jin, ayo foto. Aku perlu senyum nggak? Nanya lagi perlu senyum, astaga. Saking gak pernah kena media anjir. Batara yang menyelamatkan orang kayak nggak asing macam orang yang nggak mempercaya nabinya. Referensi ya, kerja bagus Mihoyo, lanjutkan kerjaan kalian.
Same old, as you can see. Fontaine's undergone some changes, but this place is still more or less the same.
Other than that flying ship, I got a tad too much.
That's why I decided to let the interview go through. We should direct more public opinions toward the behind the scenes here.
You're too kind, sir. I believe that you too should have.
Bukannya udah banyak ya referensi dari Mihoyo ya, yang ngebelah laut, Bahtera, itu kan sama kan bukan? Referensinya.
I'll just leave the spotlight to you two.
Bahkan ini aja Vokalor aja itu referensinya referensi Yesus aja harusnya ya. Karena referensinya loh, serius gue nggak bohong. Kalau gue baca dari tadi ininya sih itu referensinya si Yesus itu. Karena ya lu tau lah ya kepercayaannya gimana. Tuhan yang turun menjadi manusia untuk menghilangkan dosa, apa namanya itu, the beginning, dosa asal, apa sih namanya tuh, the beginning of sin gitu loh. Apa ya namanya ya, asal muasal dosa gitu, yang Adam ya kan akhirnya iya macam agama dan kisah-kisah dulu emang itu referensinya, tapi dibuat lebih menarik gitu kan.
I see. Lots of things happened that day, huh? Anyway, regarding that harbinger,
he sure did win them up.
I'll tell them that there's good news.
Oh, actually,
what change can there be? The fortress will keep chugging. As to what Miss Farina's departure will mean for the nation, and if our laws and governance will be transformed, we'll leave those to the folks in the overworld.
Hey everyone, the photo shoot's done.
Okay.
Good. In that case, let's call it a day here.
Thanks for your cooperation. Come on, traveler, let's go. Till next time, everyone.
Bahkan sampai kitab iblis juga masuk referensi. Gue nemu teori ini yang berdasarkan
There'll
fakta.
Be a next time?
Apa itu?
Maybe. Who knows?
Kata siapa ada lain kali?
Underwater factory next time. All right, last stop, the docks.
Dermaga. Nih, ini yang gue bilang nih. Kalau misalkan Fontaine aja banjirnya sampai di atas gedung sisa sedikit ya, itu nasib Liwe, nasib Sumeru tuh gimana gitu. Itu aja sih yang gue tanyain. Nih ya, tuh kan si Kuya tinggi nih ya, tuh ya kan, dia tinggi juga. Apakah itu tenggelam? Karena kalau kita lihat dia tenggelamnya itu sampai di atas. Ya kira-kira di situ lah ya, no. Sisa ujung itulah gitu loh. Ngerti nggak sih maksud gue? Sih nggak ada. Nanti aku cari. Handphone. Terus
Navia mentioned that she's
Traveler, Paimon. Ah, and Miss Charlotte too.
Lompat aja sih, udah lompat.
Would you like a magic pocket?
What sort of gadget?
It's a wondrous bag that can be used to carry many things.
Trick a friend.
You could just make a
Apa
friend
tadi gua
like
nggak baca?
Fremine here. Isn't that right, Fremine?
Okay.
Is this what you meant by...
To be honest, that sounds pretty sweet. Could I have your...
Oh.
You sure are working hard to help Fermine socialize.
He was the one who proposed doing this. He even wants to assist in our magic shows.
Yes, I was planning to first introduce...
That said, would anyone want to see a diver escape underwater?
Oh, it'll work out. Every journey begins with a...
Okay.
Lynette, could you...
Got it.
My, that Charlotte is rather perceptive. She got rid of everyone the moment she realized I had something to say to you. Father says that you did a great deal during the latest events. She's very grateful for your contribution.
That's all right. We were more than happy to help.
Oh, I guess you haven't heard. After Lady Farina left, Father and Monsieur Nervillet opened negotiations, during which he gave Fontaine's gnosis to her as a diplomatic gift.
Oh, gnosisnya tuh dikasih ya.
Yes, I was quite surprised at first myself. But when I thought it over, it could have been done as an apology for the incident with Lord Child, or as thanks for his help in tying the all-devouring narwhal down.
Archon Quest, tinggal ke Opera Eclipse. Ngomong sama Agung, selesai, serius loh. Oke, kita cepetin.
That's true, but this is a note.
I would agree, but I've also heard that...
So there's some...
I suspect you'll have to...
But back to...
They say that he's returned to Snezhnaya.
That's true. When you think about it, we've had loads of...
So shocked by such a simple switching of sides?
Siapa lagi tuh? Oh, the knave.
Father.
Ayah.
Well, what do you know? Come to the docks to see how my children are doing and meet the traveler by chance. Please do not pay my accomplishment.
Are you going to take the gnosis?
That is our duty as Harbinger. Don't be too preoccupied with sides. The goal of the Fatui concerns not a single place or person, but the entire world. With such a grand goal in mind, switching my masks is something I've always done. Well, that depends on many things. As for you, I very much look forward to our next collaboration. Good things cannot be achieved alone, and you've proved yourselves to be great partners. A vision.
Oh, itu visionnya si itu ya.
That's a wrap for me. Huh? You...
Greetings, Miss Journalist.
Hello.
Miss Journalist.
If I'm not mistaken, there are diplomatic channels I'll need to report to.
That is correct. So forgive me, but I will not be able to serve as a subject in your article. However, feel free to write as much as you'd like. The sea breeze is quite pleasant.
Farewell, Father.
Oh, she has such an intimidating presence. I didn't even dare to take a picture. Thankfully, I've already wrapped up all my pre-scheduled dinner.
Don't be too nervous. Why don't you take a magic pocket before you go? Here, traveler, Paimon.
To move things about?
That's right. Funny. I guess this must be light. All right then.
Alright. Ketemu terakhir kan? The Blade. Ayo nih Blade. Terakhir nih Blade. Nah, nih Blade nih. Terakhir. Kunci motor mana sih kunci motor nih? Gue termana ya? Kok nggak ada ya? Aneh banget ya. Kok jauh si kocak? Aduh, nge-lag lagi.
The entrance to the fortress. Ooh, he really is there.
Oke.
So you really are here, Nervillet. I didn't think you were going to have free time this hour.
Really? Oh, I suppose you must have met Mr. Linney. In any case, you came at a good time. I was just considering reaching out to you to set up...
Okay.
Paimon's glad that you're... Alright, let's have it then. How was Fontaine actually...
It is strange how words can often leave a bitter taste in the mouth when it finally...
Lebret mengenapa lalu mulai menceritakan kebenaran yang dia lihat pada hari itu. Oke. Harus menipu prinsip langit menggunakan sandiwara tidak berkesudahan Ferdinand untuk menyelamatkan Fontaine.
So that's what happened? Focalor destroyed the divine throne of the Hydro Archon and restored your power to you, transforming you into a fully fledged elemental dragon sovereign. But Paimon still doesn't quite get what you did to save the...
For me, the authority of the ancient dragons refers to absolute control over the hydro element.
Okay.
Fontainians were incomplete humans born of Egeria's use of the power of the primordial sea, with constitutions similar to that of mimics. But so long as those primordial energies remain within them, I could use the ancient dragon's authority to grant them true blood, after the fashion in which life was first brought into being on this planet.
Oh, I see.
In other words, when I gave my verdict, Fontainians became true humans, and thus would naturally no longer be
Focalor must have counted on you to make that decision as well. Your verdict was the key to making the prophecy appear to have come true while saving everyone. Yeah, and in a manner of speaking, Focalor finally managed to fulfill the original Hydro Archon's wish to turn Oceanids into real people too!
It seems from your expressions that you still have more things you wish to ask. Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Ah, iya, ini terakhir ya.
I have investigated his case along many avenues, and I have learned that he once fell into an unknown chasm when he was young. There, by chance, he awakened the all-devouring narwhal. But whether it be by sentiment or reason, that should not have been enough to consider him the root cause of the disaster. At most, he would have had tangential liability. As for the judgment passed by the oratrice during the trial, whether it was due to that liability by association or Focalor deliberately using him to buy time for us on the assumption that he would be able to hold the creature off, I cannot say.
Guess Focalor had Fontainians in mind the whole time. In the end, it was thanks to her that they finally became real. Hang on a second. Paimon said back when Fontainians hadn't yet become real humans, were the
Life has always flowed like water. Do you recall how Fontainians would often come to the Fountain of Lucine to pray for children?
Yeah, Lynette said the fountain is where all the waters in
In truth, even those couples did not know that such prayers were no mere custom. Those Oceanids who were blessed within the spring water would later descend as new humans in the coming months.
Paimon sorta gets it now. Either way, seems like...
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Yeah, about that.
Ah, Lady Farina. The people are only aware that her death sentence has not been carried out. She abdicated the post of Hydro Archon and left affairs related. I related Focalor's words to her faithfully and completely. After hearing them, she seemed neither saddened nor comforted. She simply said that she was tired. And having said that, she then packed her things and moved out of the opera house. Not unlike how
but she's still got a place...
You need not worry. I will make arrangements to ensure that she will not want for food, clothing. In truth, I am somewhat happy for her. The wear and tear on her spirit will, of course, take time to heal. But now that she no longer has to play the role of Focalor the Hydro Archon, she can finally lay down her burdens.
What about you then? What are your plans now that you've...
After Focalor passed on, the Oratrice also ceased to function. This matter will directly affect our trials. After much careful consideration, I've decided to take over its role in our courts. From now on,
Looks like you're still considering stuff from the perspective...
As an elemental dragon, there are indeed many things that I must do. But this power and this duty, a manner as such, before I attend to my other responsibilities, I must first and foremost continue to serve Fontaine as its highest judge. The duty of the Hydro Sovereign and the duty of the... Additionally, the Hydro Archon's departure has brought about another problem, which is that the Opera House shall no longer produce indemnitium.
That's true. That power was derived from the people's faith in the Hydro Archon, wasn't it? Wait, but the various mechs and machines in the city are all still okay.
As I am now, I have full command over New Musia, and it can serve as a complete substitute. Another reason why I cannot quite leave Fontaine immediately.
Wow. ancient dragon's authorities...
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Okay.
Oh, that's right! They say you've given it to the knave as a diplomatic gift or something!
Leaving aside their intentionality, the two Fatui Harbingers have indeed done much for us during this crisis. Their sole remaining goal in Fontaine, at least at this point, the Oratrice has ceased to function. The Hydro Archon's divine throne is now no more, and I do not... As such, it has lost all meaning for Fontaine. If the Fatui have impure designs, we might as well accede to their request now, and avoid unnecessary conflict.
What complicated considerations? Paimon thought you were just giving it to them out of gratitude to the...
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it. You will soon be heading to Natlan, I presume. I'm afraid that I have little talent as a travel guide, so all I can do is tell you what I know about that land. As far as I'm aware, Natlan can be said to be a nation of dragons.
A nation of dragons?
No, I suspect that I would not find myself welcome there. Unlike ancient dragons such as myself, the dragons of Natlan have undergone long years of development and evolution. Natlan is also the nation of war. War ravages those lands like an undying flame. There is one other piece of information I got incidentally from my negotiations with the knave that the harbinger known as the Captain has thrown his hat into the endless ring of war.
The Captain. Sounds like a real tough customer. Seriously, everywhere you...
I suggest that you fully prepare yourself before going to Natlan. In the meantime, ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Hang on a sec. Paimon still got... When we spoke, we guessed that there might be some reason for it that only you were aware of.
No wonder the House of the Hearth is the Fatui's intelligence division. They are certainly sharp. So regarding this specific issue, I was just getting ready to share... In truth, I exchanged some further words with that lady named Skirk after sending you two back to the surface. It went something like this.
Oke, apa ini? Dia ngomong apa aja? Okay.
Well, we're going to head topside to see what's going on. You hurry over soon.
What next?
Lalu.
The all-devouring narwhal isn't here, so I'm no longer getting any interference. I can finally catch the scent of your power, what it's made of. It is the authority of the planet's primordial dragons, but with something very similar to a god's curse mixed in. It's quite a novel blend. I'm sure I've encountered something like this before.
I do not know what you speak of.
Ah, of course. How could I forget? You should have the remains of the third descender on your person, yes?
Remains?
What the heck?
I've never heard of any such thing.
Huh. According to your parlance, I believe it may be called a gnosis.
Well, that much is true. After Focalor's divinity faded, she handed her gnosis to me. But I fear I have never heard of it described in the manner that you just did.
I've been training with my master, the Foul, ever since I was young. And I have never returned to the surface since. So most of the information I possess, I got from him. It is only natural for those who are greater than humanity to possess a different sort of common sense, which is why there are so many problems in our attempts to communicate with humans.
Wajar jika yang lebih hebat dari manusia punya pemahaman yang berbeda soal akal sehat.
Regardless, you should probably get rid of objects of misfortune to prevent any disasters from befalling you. To live in itself is a blessing. But once a person dies, the bonds he once had with this world shall all turn to curses.
What do you mean by that?
No need to fret. These are just my personal thoughts. and my reason for no longer wishing to return to the surface.
This third descender you refer to, who are they? And when did they die?
Master never mentioned them to me. Perhaps it just wasn't that important for me to know. If you're interested, though, I could ask him. I'll be sure to pass the answer on to...
Next time? You believe we will meet again?
I do. Wait. I have a disciple of my own, don't I? He can be the messenger then.
Suwe. Oke, tamat kah? Apakah sudah tamat?
That's what she told me. Whether it would prove useful or not, I wanted to pass that information on to you.
The remains of the third descender? So that's what the no-sees actually are. Paimon just thought they looked like chess pieces. How could they be a person's remains?
All the same, assuming that there was no misunderstanding or special metaphor at play, that is what she meant to say.
And she said that it would bring misfortune and that you should check it, which is why you...
If she speaks the truth, then I would simply be putting Fontaine at unnecessary...
Okay.
I guess that you might already be familiar with this concept, but I did not expect you to be. That means that the no-sees, which are exceedingly element compatible and can even enhance elemental abilities, do indeed come from the third descender.
Artinya no-sees yang sangat cocok dengan kekuatan elemen bahkan dapat memperkuatnya adalah berasal dari
I wonder, does your body also possess similar properties?
Enggak sih. Malah makin cupu ya.
Elemental powers without a vision. That does sort of count as special compatibility, right? No, let's not think about this stuff right now. Comparing the traveler to the dead third descender and all. That's what you say, but this topic still feels like bad luck. Once Child recovers, let's get some more answers out of him.
I too believe it unwise to make too many blind guesses when information is lacking. The same.
All right. Whatever the case, it seems like the...
Yes.
But she sacrificed herself in the end as a god, and she suffered through all those years as a human.
I suppose that would be the mystery of a god's will. I suspect not. But once in a while I too would guess that if wishes were like the clouds in the sky, they will one day return to the earth as raindrops. Life flows like water, and rain is the final answer. The water levels may sometimes tilt one way or another, and what ultimately is the difference between the rains that fall upon all of us?
Waduh. Selesai kah? Alright guys, akhirnya selesai. Lalu kau. Iyalah ya. Masih 4 anjir, ya udahlah. Seru banget ya. Keren. Damn. Untuk story kali ini ya keren ya. Walaupun ada beberapa yang lagi-lagi ya yang nggak penting sebenarnya, bikin lama doang. Tapi untuk keseluruhan cerita dari awal sampai akhir itu bagus banget. Keren. Gak bisa banyak basi lagi juga di malam juga ya, karena gue juga mau tidur nih, udah jam 1 lewat. Jadi mungkin sampai sini dulu guys ya. Thank you banget yang sudah mampir. Jangan lupa like, comment, dan subscribe. Jangan lupa makan, jangan lupa minum. Dan yang paling penting jangan lupa tur ya guys ya. Dan selalu ingat untuk keep playing for fun. And bye. See you at the next live stream. MooDa out. Bye bye.